Number 5. The murder of Joanne Ghostkeeper. In the lead up to Christmas 1996, Joanne Ghostkeeper, a 24-year-old Cree woman living in Edmonton, Alberta, was looking forward to seeing her 2 young children. Sadly, Ghostkeeper was a transient and a drug user, and her children lived with her mother. When Ghostkeeper didn't show up for dinner on Christmas Day, her family phoned the police. Police went to the apartment where she was staying and found her dead. She had been strangled with a telephone cord. After 20 years, the Edmonton police have no leads, and the case is currently cold. Sadly, Ghostkeeper is just one of hundreds of murdered and missing Indigenous women in Canada. Number 4. The murder of Charles Fambrough. In the early morning hours of Christmas 2012, 24-year-old father of 1, Charles Fambrough, walked his sister home after a party, but he would never make it back to his home in Portland, Kentucky. As he walked down the street, someone shot him in the head. His body was found hours later and he was taken to the hospital. Sadly, he wouldn't survive Christmas morning. Fambrough's family was devastated by the loss and are hoping the case will be solved, but unfortunately the police have no leads or suspects. Number 3. The disappearance of Patty Vaughan. In December 1996, Patty Vaughan and her husband, Jerry Ray, who went by JR, were going through a trial separation. JR had moved into an apartment in San Antonio, and Patty stayed in the family home in La Verna, Texas, with the couple's 3 children. Patty also had started dating an ex-boyfriend, and JR had just learned about it. On Christmas Day, Patty and JR got into an argument, and according to JR, Patty left the house. Where she went is a mystery because she was never seen alive again. The day after Christmas, JR filed for a divorce, and Patty's family filed a missing persons report. The police ended up finding Patty's van abandoned about 15 miles away from her home and about 5 miles away from her employer. It had a flat tire, and the police did a test that concluded that someone had deliberately caused the flat tire. Inside the van, they found traces of blood, and they found evidence of someone trying to clean it. In fact, the rugs were still damp when the police found the van because someone had just shampooed it. This led to a search of the house, and again police found blood and evidence that someone had mopped it up. The blood in both the van and the house were tested, and it belonged to Patty. JR has always been a person of interest in the case, however he has never been charged. Sadly, the whereabouts of Patty are still unknown. Number 2. The disappearance of Peggy Reeves Mock. 37-year-old Peggy Reeves Mock was last seen after midnight on Christmas Day, 1992, at a lounge in Gadsden, Alabama. She had left the bar for a little while with a man, but he dropped her back off at the lounge, and that was the last confirmed sighting of Mock. In March 1993, Mock's purse and boots were found near a burned-out nightclub in Rainbow City, Alabama, which is about 6 miles away from where she was last seen. Inside the purse was her ID, some pill bottles with her name on it, and some undergarments. The area was searched, but there was no other signs of Mock. 3 months later, Mock's car was found in an apartment building parking lot. It had been wiped of fingerprints, and the police believe that it was dumped around the same time that Mock went missing. The police speculated that Mock may have gone to Jacksonville, Florida after she went missing. However, there have been no sightings of Mock since her disappearance. It is as if Peggy Reeves Mock simply vanished into thin air on Christmas morning 1992. Number 1. The murder of JonBenet Ramsey. On Christmas Day in 1996, the Ramsey family of Boulder, Colorado, which consisted of John Ramsey, his wife Patsy, and their children, 9-year-old Burke and 6-year-old JonBenet, attended a party, and then they were all supposedly in bed around 10 p.m. They were planning on leaving early the next morning for a vacation. The next day at 5:52 a.m., Patsy Ramsey called 911.
911 emergency. Police. What's going on? 515th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please. Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old. She's gone. 6 years old. How long ago was it? I don't know. I just found the note. And my daughter's gone. Does it say who took her? What? Does it say who took her? I don't know. There's a ransom note here. It's a ransom note? It says SBTC. Victory. Please. Okay, what's your name? Are you Kathy Ramsey? I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please. Okay, I'm sending an officer over, okay? Please. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got out. Is she right here? Oh my God, please. Okay, well, there's somebody. I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath. Please, okay? Hurry. Kathy.
A ransom letter was found on the back staircase, which led from the parents' bedroom to the kitchen. The letter was odd for several reasons. The first was that it was 3 pages long, which experts in law enforcement say is excessively long for a ransom note. Also, the ransom note asked for $118,000, which was the same amount as John Ramsey's annual bonus that he had just received. Finally, the note was written on a pad of paper that was inside the Ramsey house. The police arrived at the scene and found Patsy Ramsey wearing the same clothes that she had worn the day before, and she was wearing a bit of makeup. Police conducted a quick search, and one thing they noticed was pineapple in a bowl on the kitchen table. Shortly after the police arrived at the Ramsey house, friends of the family showed up because Patsy had called them. As a result of Patsy's invitations, people were going in and out of the crime scene all morning. At about 1 o'clock that afternoon, John Ramsey was noticeably anxious, so one of the police officers told him to go look around the house for anything that looked odd or askew. John and one of his friends immediately went to the basement, and in a small storage room that wasn't used often by the family, they found the body of 6-year-old JonBenet. There was black duct tape over her mouth, there was a white cord wrapped around her neck that was tied to a wooden handle, and her wrists were tied with a white cord. John removed the duct tape and picked up his daughter's body and carried her upstairs. An autopsy was performed, and it concluded that JonBenet had been strangled to death with the cord and the piece of wood, which were made into a garrote. She also had suffered a serious head injury before she was strangled. Also, by looking into her stomach, the coroner learned that JonBenet had eaten pineapple shortly before she died. Finally, the coroner concluded that JonBenet may have been sexually assaulted before she was killed. There have been several suspects in the murder of the 6-year-old. One of them includes Bill McReynolds, a man who dressed up as Santa at the party that the Ramseys had attended earlier that day. McReynolds gave JonBenet a note saying that she would get a special surprise after Christmas. Other theories stem from the fact that JonBenet was involved in child beauty pageants. There has been some speculation that a drifter or a pedophile obsessed with JonBenet broke into the house and killed her. Finally, each member of the Ramsey family has also been a suspect in the case because of the odd way they acted after the murder. The first thing is that they didn't talk to the police after the discovery of the body. Instead, they talked to CNN 6 days after the murder and said that there was a killer on the loose. They wouldn't talk to the police until April 30th, 1997. One theory as to what happened that night is that Brgh killed her with a baseball bat in a jealous fit because JonBenet had gotten a bicycle for Christmas and he didn't. The rest of the family then covered it up. Another theory is that Patsy committed the murder after she became enraged that JonBenet, who had a bedwetting problem, had wet the bed that night and she struck her in the head. It's also possible that Patsy wrote the ransom note. There were several similarities between her handwriting and the handwriting on the note. Patsy died on June 4th, 2006 from ovarian cancer, and if she was involved in her daughter's death, she took it to her grave. Every member of the Ramsey family has denied that anyone in the family was responsible for JonBenet's murder. The case remains one of the most famous unsolved murders in American history. Number 3. James Adamski. On the night before Halloween, 1982, 18-year-old James Adamski of Cheektowaga, New York, went to a Halloween party at a bar that was about 4 miles from his home. At the time, the legal drinking age in New York was 18. The promotion for the party was to pay one price, and then it was all you could drink. Friends and former girlfriends saw James at the bar. He was dressed in a costume that he called American Gigolo. People noticed that he was quite drunk. At some point in the night, James and some other partygoers got into an argument. The argument was settled before things got physical. James closed out the bar and he was last seen walking towards his home. When his parents woke up on Halloween morning, they found his bed empty and they became worried. James never stayed out all night without telling them first. They contacted the police, and then they, along with the local fire department, searched for James for months, but by Christmas, no trace of him had been found. Then the day after Christmas, 2 men hunting rabbits called the police because they found human remains in a shallow grave. The police arrived on the scene, and they were able to identify the body as James Adamski. He was still wearing his American Gigolo costume. An autopsy was performed, and based on several markings on his forehead, the medical examiner concluded that someone, or several people, hit him multiple times in the head with a blunt object. What that blunt object was is unknown. The medical examiner speculated that it was possibly a baseball bat, a 2x4, or a tire iron. The police think that early on Halloween, James was walking home drunk and someone picked him up in their vehicle. They aren't sure if he was hitchhiking or if he was picked up by someone he knew. Another possibility is that the driver, or other people in the vehicle, forced James to get into the vehicle. They also aren't sure if the person or persons who picked him up did so with the intention of hurting him, or if they got into an argument after James was in the vehicle. Nevertheless, after beating him to death, the killer or killers drove him about 5 miles away from where he was last seen and buried him in the shallow grave. Over the years, the police have exhausted all their leads. They interviewed everyone who was at the bar that night, including the people who James got into an argument with, but they, like every other suspect, had a solid alibi. James's younger brother Andy said that the murder was tough on his family. He said that his mother wasn't the same afterwards. She was always terrified that the person who killed James would kill him too. Both of his parents passed away in the 2000s without ever finding out who killed James. The police say that the murder of James Adamski will most likely only be solved if someone who knows something about the murder comes forward. If someone doesn't come forward, his surviving family members may have to live out the rest of their lives without ever knowing who stole James from them. Number 2. Ernestine Andre. In the autumn of 1995, 50-year-old Ernestine Andre was living with her son and her boyfriend in Rogers, Arkansas. On Halloween night, Andre was home alone handing out candy. While she was handing out candy, her daughter and her granddaughter stopped by the house. They didn't stay long and they left Andre home alone to hand out candy. Later that evening, Andre's boyfriend arrived home and found the front door ajar. He went into the kitchen and found Andre dead on the floor. She had been stabbed to death. The police came to the house and found no signs of a break-in. Nothing was stolen from the house, so they don't think that robbery was a motive. The police have several theories about what happened that night. The first is that she was killed by someone she knew, and she let them into the house. The second is that she was killed by a stranger. Since it was Halloween, Andre would have opened the door to anyone who rang the doorbell. It's quite possible that the killer was wearing a mask or some type of costume. If a person in a mask rang her doorbell on any other day, Andre would have locked the door and called the police. But since it was Halloween, she probably just opened the door to her killer. The police aren't sure if Andre was specifically targeted or if the murder was just a random act of violence. The police never found the murder weapon, and they don't think it came from the family's home. That means the killer was most likely carrying the knife with them, suggesting the murder was premeditated. It's also possible that the killer was looking for anyone to attack. They just happened to be walking down Andre's street, saw her handing out candy, realized that she was alone, and they attacked her as a crime of opportunity. Complicating matters further is the fact that there was a traveling carnival set up near Andre's house. The police think it is highly possible that a person working at the carnival committed the crime. He or she stabbed Andre to death and simply left town with the carnival a few days later. Unfortunately, the police have no suspects and they have no idea who stabbed to death Ernestine Andre, the 50-year-old grandmother, as she was handing out candy on Halloween night, 1995. Number 1. Shannon Olsen. On the afternoon of Halloween 1987, the police were called to an industrial park in Wichita, Kansas. The body of a young woman, probably in her teens, had been found in a pond. The police pulled the partially dressed body from the pond. Her hands had been bound behind her back with her bra. They looked around for the rest of her clothes, but they weren't there. She also didn't have any identification on her. It was obvious she had been stabbed many times. The medical examiner confirmed that was the cause of death during the autopsy. Her throat had been slit and she had been stabbed dozens of times in the neck and the head in a frenzied attack. One thing that the medical examiner noted that would hopefully help identify the young woman was that she had a 5-star pentagram tattoo on one of her ankles. A description of the young woman and her tattoo was made public, and several days after she was found, a man named John Earl identified the young woman as his stepdaughter, 15-year-old Shannon Olsen. Shannon had last been seen around 11 o'clock the night before her body was found. She left her friend's home to go find some alcohol. The medical examiner said that she died sometime in the early morning hours of Halloween. Earl said that Shannon was out of control. She barely went to school, and most of the time she crashed at friends' houses instead of coming home. Her friends agreed with Earl and thought that Shannon partied too much. They also said that she had become fascinated with the occult. Supposedly, she had been hanging out with a group of devil worshippers. She got her pentagram tattoo with the rest of the group. Earl denied that Shannon was involved in any satanic activity. He said that the only way her murder could be connected to the occult is if she was kidnapped by a group of Satanists. Besides the devil worshippers, there are 2 other infamous people who are considered a suspect by some. Some people suggest that the Zodiac, who killed 5 people in Northern California during the 1960s, is responsible, although that seems unlikely. The theory stems from a letter the Vallejo Times-Herald received 3 days before the murder of Shannon Olsen. The writer claimed to be the Zodiac, and he said that on Halloween he planned to run down a kid with his car. The problem with the theory is that the letter is most likely fake. It had been over a decade since the last letter from the Zodiac. Another problem is that Shannon was stabbed and not run down with a car. Also, Wichita, Kansas is over 1,500 miles away from the area of California where the Zodiac murders happened. Finally, experts don't think that the handwriting matches earlier letters. Another suspect is Dennis Rader, also known as the BTK killer. Rader's first confirmed murders happened on the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas. 9-year-old Joseph Otero Jr. opened the door to let the dog out. When he did, Rader forced his way in. Besides Joseph Jr., inside the house was his mother, 34-year-old Julie Otero, who was a former co-worker of Rader's, her husband, 34-year-old Joseph Sr., and their 11-year-old daughter, Josephine. He led all 4 family members to a bedroom at gunpoint and then tied them up. He ended up strangling Joseph Sr., Julie, and Joseph Jr. in the bedroom with a piece of cord cut from a Venetian blind that he brought with him. He then took Josephine to the basement and hung her from a pipe. Rader pleasured himself while she died. 15-year-old Charlie Otero discovered his family dead after returning home from school. 10 months after the murders, Rader phoned a columnist at the newspaper, the Wichita Eagle. Rader told him to go to the public library and look in a book called Applied Engineering Mechanics. The columnist did, and he found a letter claiming responsibility for the Otero murders. The letter contained information that only the killer would know. In the postscript of the letter, Rader gave his code name: Bind, Torture, Kill, or simply known as the acronym BTK. On April 4th, Rader broke into the home of another former co-worker, 21-year-old Katherine Brgh, while she wasn't at home. He waited for her to return, and he was surprised when her brother, Kevin Brgh, walked in the door with her. Rader forced Kevin to tie up his sister in one of the bedrooms, and then he led Kevin to another bedroom where he tied him to a bed. First he tried to strangle Kevin, but he fought too much. He broke free from his bindings, and Rader shot him in the head. He then went to the other bedroom and started to strangle Katherine. As Radar was strangling her, he heard something in the other room and realized that Kevin wasn't dead. They fought again and Kevin managed to steal Radar's second gun, a Magnum. Radar jammed his finger behind the trigger so Kevin couldn't fire. Radar then shot Kevin again. Thinking he was finally dead, Radar went and stabbed Katherine 11 times. After the attack, he ran to his car and drove off. Kevin survived the attack, but Katherine did not. Nearly 3 years later, Radar's need to kill resurfaced. He went to a home that he had been scoping out, but his potential victim wasn't home. Instead, he started walking around the neighborhood and he saw a little boy. After knocking on a random door and finding no one home, Radar went to the boy's home and knocked on the door. The boy's mother, 24-year-old Shirley Vian, answered the door. Radar said that he was a private detective looking for a lost boy, so she let him into the house. Once inside, Radar pulled out a gun and forced Vian and 3 of her children into a bedroom. Eventually, Radar and Vian moved into the washroom, where Radar strangled her to death. As she was dying, the phone rang, and one of the children answered it. They told the caller that a strange man was in the washroom with their mother. So Radar fled the crime scene, leaving the children alive. Later that same year, on December 9th, he broke into the home of 25-year-old Nancy Fox while she was at work, and he waited for her to get home. Radar had been stalking Fox for some time. Radar called potential victims he stalked projects. He ended up handcuffing and then strangling Fox to death with his belt. Nearly 6.5 years later, Radar struck again. On April 27, 1985, he broke into the home of Maureen Hedge, who lived a few doors down from Radar in Park City. She was the only victim of Radar who did not live in Wichita. He strangled her and put her body in the car. He then drove to the church where he was a deacon. He tied her body up in a variety of ways and took Polaroid pictures of her. He then dumped her body off of a side road and covered it with some brush. Her body was found just over a week later. Nearly a year and a half later, on the 16th of September 1986, Radar broke into the home of Vicki Wegerly and strangled her to death. Her husband found her body in their house later that night. 13 months after that murder, Shannon Olsen was stabbed to death. The police received several anonymous letters accusing the BTK killer of murdering her. But Radar himself never wrote a letter claiming responsibility for the murder. On the other hand, he didn't distance himself from the murder either. 2 months after Olsen was killed, 3 members of the Fager family were killed in their home in Wichita. Mary Fager returned from a trip out of town, and she found her husband and her 2 daughters murdered. Her husband had been shot, 1 daughter had been strangled, and the other was drowned in the hot tub. The prime suspect in the triple murder is a contractor who worked on the home named William Butterworth. He was found driving the Fagers' car several days after the murders in Florida. He admitted to being at the house at the time of the murders, but claimed he walked in on a man killing the family. He became afraid and he fled in their car. He was ultimately acquitted when he was taken to trial, but the police still think he is the real killer. After the murders, Radar wrote a letter to Mary saying he didn't kill her family, but he was a fan of the killer. In January 1990, 3.5 years after his last confirmed kill, Radar broke into the home of 62-year-old Dolores Davis. He strangled her to death with her pantyhose. He put her in the trunk of her car and then dumped her body under a bridge. Radar then went on a hiatus from killing, but continued to send letters or hide them around Wichita. In February 2005, a local TV station in Wichita got a computer disk from the BTK killer. The police traced the disk to the church where Radar was the president of the Congressional Council, and he was arrested. During his killing spree, Radar stayed married to the same woman, and his wife gave birth to a son and a daughter. He worked for AD&T Security and then became a city inspector. Besides being an involved member of his church, he was also a Boy Scout leader. After he was arrested, in explicit detail, he confessed to the 10 murders. He was sentenced to 10 consecutive life sentences. During his confession, he did not admit to killing Shannon Olsen. Radar kept souvenirs and photographs of his victims, and the police found no evidence tying him to Shannon's murder. Shannon's murder also doesn't exactly fit into Radar's pattern. Specifically, Radar broke in or forced his way into the homes of all his victims. Shannon was kidnapped while she was out running an errand. But there are also some similarities. Shannon was bound and stripped, like many of Radar's victims. While Radar strangled most of his victims, he did stab Katherine Brgh to death. Shannon's body was also found dumped in nature, just like Maureen Hedges and Dolores Davis. Radar is serving his sentence in the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas. However, there is no evidence that Dennis Radar was responsible for the gruesome murder of Shannon Olsen, and her killer may still be out, wandering the streets. Number 3. The Andersons' Christmas. Wayne and Judith Anderson married in September 1970. The couple had 3 children, and they settled in Carnation, Washington because Wayne got a job at Boeing. Wayne made a good living, and the family lived in a house on a large piece of property. 2 of their children moved away, but their daughter, Michelle, never moved off the property. In the winter of 2007, she was 29 years old and she was living rent-free with her boyfriend, 29-year-old Joseph McEnroe, in a trailer on the family's property. Shortly before Christmas that year, her parents said that she needed to start paying rent, utilities, and she needed to pay for her own car insurance. This led to several arguments between Michelle and her parents. Michelle had also gotten into an argument with her older brother, Scott. Michelle claimed that Scott owed her money, and Scott disputed that. The parents ended up siding with Scott, and this enraged Michelle and her boyfriend. By Christmas Eve, Wayne and Judith thought that the fighting was over, and they invited everyone over for a Christmas Eve dinner. When Michelle and McEnroe walked over, there was a roast in the oven, and Judith was wrapping presents. Without warning, Michelle pulled out a gun and aimed it at her father. She pulled the trigger, but it jammed. Then McEnroe pulled out a gun, and he shot Wayne. McEnroe fixed Michelle's gun, and then they both shot Wayne. Judith came running towards the noise, and the couple shot her as well. After they were dead, Michelle and McEnroe hid their bodies and cleaned up the blood. Unaware that his parents had been murdered, Michelle's 32-year-old brother Scott arrived for dinner with his 32-year-old wife, Erica, and their 2 children, Olivia 5 and Nathan 3. Michelle and McEnroe both shot Scott and Erica. At this point, Michelle was out of bullets, so McEnroe shot both children. After killing most of her family, Michelle fled with McEnroe. The bodies were found the next day by a friend of the family. Michelle and McEnroe returned to the scene of the crime on the night that the bodies were found, and the police questioned them separately. They originally told the police that they weren't at the house at the time of the murders because they were driving to Las Vegas to elope. But after some pressure, Michelle admitted to killing her family. Michelle said that she wanted the death penalty for the murders, but she wasn't granted that wish. She and McEnroe were sentenced to 6 life sentences, meaning they will both die in prison. Number 2. The Ortega's Christmas. The Ortega family lived on a quiet cul-de-sac in Covina, California. Every year they threw a Christmas party on Christmas Eve, and Christmas Eve 2008 was no different. That year there was about 25 people in attendance. At 11:30 p.m., the doorbell chimed. Someone opened the door, and standing there was a man dressed as Santa Claus, carrying a present in one of his hands. An 8-year-old girl who was at the party ran towards him. When she did, the man raised his hand that wasn't carrying the gift. He was holding a gun in that hand. He fired a shot, and it hit the girl in the face. The man who was dressed like Santa then started to shoot people at random. He then unwrapped the gift, which was a homemade napalm flamethrower. He torched the house and then fled in his rented car. Several people were able to escape, and they called 911. When the first responders arrived, the survivors identified the shooter. He was 45-year-old Bruce Pardo. He was the ex-husband of 43-year-old Sylvia Ortega. Pardo and Sylvia got married in January 2006, but it didn't take long before the marriage hit the rocks. Pardo made a good living as an electrical engineer, while Sylvia made a modest living working at a flower breeding company. The financial situation became a problem because Pardo didn't want to financially support two of Sylvia's children from another marriage. The breaking point in their marriage was the fact that Pardo was keeping a secret. He had a son from a previous marriage. His son was a paraplegic because of an accident in a pool that happened when Pardo was watching him. In February 2008, Sylvia said that she wanted a divorce. In the middle of the year-long divorce proceedings, Pardo lost his job. Throughout the autumn, because of his unemployment, he was having problems paying his spousal support payments to Sylvia. The divorce was finalized on December 19th, just 6 days before the shooting. About 4 hours after the shooting, the police were called to Pardo's brother's house. Pardo had shot himself in the head. In his rented car that was found a block away, they found more guns and ammunition, and the car was rigged to explode if anyone tampered with it. The police were unable to disarm it, and the car burst into flames. Luckily, no one was hurt. Sadly, the same couldn't be said for the people at the Ortega house. The police confirmed that 9 people were killed in the ambush. The victims included Sylvia, both her parents, 2 of her brothers and their wives, her sister, and her 17-year-old nephew. Luckily, the 8-year-old who was the first person shot survived her injuries. The police know that Pardo had been planning the murders for at least 6 months. He started planning around the same time that he lost his job. He bought ammunition that could only be purchased outside of California. He had $17,000 strapped to his body, and he had a plane ticket on him. They also think that after the massacre, he planned on killing his wife's divorce lawyer, and he was going to flee the city. He dropped off a rental car near the lawyer's house. He just never made it there. The police also know that Pardo planned on killing his own mother. She was supposed to go to the Ortega's party, but she fell ill that night, and at the last minute, she decided not to go. The police think that Pardo killed himself because he received third-degree burns during the fire, and he knew that he'd have to go to the hospital and he would be arrested. So he chose to take his own life instead of surrendering. Number 1. The Simmons Christmas. Ronald Gene Simmons was born in Chicago, Illinois in July 1940. When he was 17, he dropped out of school and he joined the Navy. While stationed in Washington State, he met the woman who would become his wife, Rebecca. They got married in 1960. In over 18 years, they had 7 children. Simmons eventually left the Navy, and he joined the Air Force. As an airman, he served in Vietnam. He retired from the Air Force in 1979, but he struggled with life in his retirement. He couldn't hold down a job, and he bounced from menial job to menial job. In 1981, the family was living in Cloudcroft, New Mexico, but then one day, they quickly picked up and moved. Ronald was being investigated because his 17-year-old daughter, Sheila, had given birth to a daughter named Sylvia, and friends of the family and a teacher of Sheila's thought that Ronald was the father. After moving around, most of the family ended up on a 13-acre hilltop property near Dover, Arkansas. The family lived in 2 trailer homes that were stitched together. Cement blocks and barbed wire surrounded the home. By the winter of 1987, the 3 eldest children, Jean, Billy, and Ronald's favorite, Sheila, had moved out. Just a few days before Christmas, Ronald had his 4 youngest children dig a cesspit at the back of the trailer. On the morning of December 23rd, the 4 children boarded the bus to go to school. It was their last day of classes before Christmas vacation started. His eldest son, 29-year-old Gene Simmons, and Gene's 3-year-old daughter, Barbara, were visiting, and they had spent the night. After seeing his 4 youngest children off to school, Ronald drove to the local Walmart and purchased a .22 caliber handgun. When Ronald returned home, Gene and Barbara were still in bed, as was Ronald's 46-year-old wife, Rebecca. Using a blunt object, Ronald beat both his wife and his eldest son, and then he shot both of them. He then strangled his 3-year-old granddaughter. After killing them, he dragged their bodies into the cesspit that his children had dug a few days earlier. When school was over, his 4 youngest children returned home. He said he had a Christmas present for each of them, and they were out behind the trailer. He wanted to give them their presents one at a time, so he told them to go wait in their rooms, and he would come get them when it was their time. First, he called out 17-year-old Loretta. He strangled her and drowned her in a rain barrel. He then called out the next child. He killed 14-year-old Eddie, 11-year-old Mary Ann, and 8-year-old Becky in a method that was similar to the way that he killed Loretta. He tossed their bodies into the cesspit as well. Ronald spent Christmas alone in his home, with more than half of his family decomposing in the cesspit behind the home. On December 26, at around noon, more families started to arrive for a planned Christmas lunch. The first to arrive was 23-year-old Billy, along with his wife, 21-year-old Renata, and their son, 20-month-old Trey. Ronald shot both Billy and Renata after they walked in the door. He then strangled and drowned his grandson. Finally, 24-year-old Sheila arrived with her husband, Dennis McNulty, and her 2 children, 6-year-old Sylvia, who was both Ronald's daughter and granddaughter, and Michael, who was 21 months old, and he was fathered by Dennis. Both Sheila and Dennis were shot dead, and then Sylvia and Michael were strangled. The bodies of the adults were placed side by side in the lounge, not far from the Christmas tree. Ronald placed the bodies of the 2 toddler boys in the trunk of a car. Sylvia's body was in the bedroom. It's believed her body was there because she tried to run away and hide. Now that his entire family was dead, Ronald started to drink, and that night he went to a bar. 2 days after killing the last members of his family, Ronald got into his eldest son's car. He drove to a Walmart and purchased another gun. He then drove to a law firm in the city of Russellville. The receptionist at the office was 24-year-old Kathy Kendrick. Upon entering the office, Ronald shot her in the head. Ronald had worked at a freight company with Kendrick. When they were working together, Ronald became infatuated with Kendrick, but she rejected his advances. He was pressured to quit because his advances had become harassment. After killing Kendrick, Ronald went to a nearby oil company and found a man named Rusty Taylor. Taylor owned the convenience store where Ronald used to work. Ronald had quit because he wanted higher wages, and Taylor refused. Ronald shot Taylor in the chest and then shot another man, 33-year-old J.D. Chaffin, who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Taylor survived, but Chaffin wasn't as lucky, and he died because of his wounds. Ronald then went to the convenience store where he had once worked. He shot both employees who were working, and luckily, they both survived. Next, Ronald went to the freight company where he used to work. Once there, he shot Elaine Butts, who was his former supervisor. The bullet struck her in the head and the heart. Ronald then sat and talked to one of the secretaries at the freight company while he waited for the police to come. When the police arrived, he surrendered without resisting. Elaine Butts was rushed to the hospital, and she survived. The main question the police had for Ronald was, why did he do it? He never gave an explanation, but the police collected some evidence that they thought painted a clear picture as to what the motive was. Sheila, who Ronald had sexually abused for years, had a safety deposit box. In it, there was a threatening letter from Ronald saying he would destroy her life. Also, in the months leading up to the murders, Ronald's wife, Rebecca, had talked about leaving him. Shortly before the massacre, Rebecca wrote a letter to one of her sons saying that she planned on leaving Ronald. Finally, Ronald was angry with Kendrick for rejecting him, and he blamed her for a lot of the problems in his life. Ronald was convicted of killing Kendrick and Chaffin, and he was sentenced to death in May 1988. After being convicted, Ronald asked to be executed as soon as possible, and he refused to appeal. He was executed via lethal injection 2 years after he was convicted in 1990. No one in his family claimed his body, and he was buried in a pauper's grave. During his Christmas killing spree, Ronald Gene Simmons killed 16 people, 14 of which were his own family members, and he injured 4 more. Number 3. Karen Mock. On October 25, 1954, Karen Mock turned 6. She lived in East Coma, which is a borough of Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Her father was a steelworker, and her mother was a homemaker. She had 4 brothers and 2 sisters. That year, Halloween fell on a Sunday, and the people in Karen's neighborhood decided that Friday would be a better night to allow the kids to go out trick-or-treating. Karen's mom did not want her to go out trick-or-treating. Karen's mother had to attend a PTA meeting, and her father had to stay home to watch the other children. But Karen begged, and her mother agreed to let her go out. At about 6:30 p.m., Karen left her family's house wearing a hat and a white Cupid doll mask. She met up with some friends and her cousin, and they went off to do some trick-or-treating. At 7 o'clock, her cousin was called home, and Karen continued to trick-or-treat. At 7:30, Karen returned home, but she went back out again a few minutes later with 4 friends that her father didn't recognize because they were all wearing costumes. An hour and a half later, Karen hadn't returned home, and her parents became panicked. They looked around the neighborhood for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Her parents called the police, and they, along with the fire department, started to search for Karen. Karen's family fear was heightened when they learned that earlier in the evening, a 14-year-old girl in the neighborhood was attacked by a man. The girl screamed, and she was able to run away from the man without being physically harmed. When Karen's family called the police, officers were out looking for the man. Then the sense of dread worsened even more for Karen's family when they found out that Karen's hat and a pin she was wearing was found in an alleyway near their home. Just after midnight, an officer drove to a cemetery that was about 2 miles from Karen's home. He walked to a secluded area that had some high grass. That's when he found Karen's unclothed body. Her costume was in tatters beside her, as was her bag with candy in it. Her Cupid doll mask was missing. The cause of death was suffocation. The medical examiner thought that something like a coat had been placed over her air passages. The police immediately thought that the killer was a local person because he knew about the secluded area in the cemetery. Within 24 hours, the police had a suspect. Karen's hat and a pin she was wearing were found near the garage of a neighbor, 39-year-old Harry Gossard. Gossard had been married twice, and he worked as a merchant seaman, but he had been unemployed for nearly a year. The day after the murder, Gossard went to Philadelphia, and he was arrested as he was driving back home. He was taken to the police station, and he confessed to killing Karen. He said that he encountered Karen in the alleyway, and he lured her into his car. He said he drove to the cemetery, but he said he didn't remember what happened when they got there. He claimed he blacked out. Gossard said the next thing he remembered, he was carrying her back to the car, and he realized she didn't have a pulse. So he left her body in the high grass, and he drove home. He said that when he got home, he watched some television, and then he went to bed. Gossard was charged with Karen's murder, and he was held under heavy guard in the local jail. He was under heavy guard for his own protection from the residents of East Comaw. On January 3, 1955, 2 months after Karen was killed, Gossard pleaded guilty to murder. In April, he was sentenced to death. On June 4, 1956, less than 2 years after the murder, Gossard was led to the electric chair. He was strapped in, and the only thing he said was, "Amen," in response to a prayer. At 9:01 p.m., 2,000 volts entered his body. 3 minutes later, 41-year-old Harry Gossard was pronounced dead. Gossard donated his body to science. Number 2. Nema Carter. On the afternoon of April 8, 1976, 3.5-year-old twin sisters, Tina and Mary Carpenter, were watching TV in the living room of their grandmother's home in Lawton, Oklahoma. Their grandmother was their legal guardian. While the girls were watching TV, their grandmother was vacuuming a different room in the house. When their grandmother came back into the living room, the girls were gone. In a panic, she looked around the house, but the girls were nowhere to be found. Several hours later, she called the police, and they immediately started to search the neighborhood, but they couldn't find any trace of the twins. About 48 hours after they went missing, 2 kids were playing in an abandoned building a few blocks from the twins' grandmother's home. In the dilapidated house, they heard what sounded like screams coming from inside an abandoned refrigerator. They decided to open the fridge, and Tina fell out. Amazingly, she was still alive. Her twin sister Mary was also in the fridge. Sadly, she was dead, and her body was decomposing. Tina was taken to the hospital, and she was later released to her grandmother. The medical examiner determined that Mary had asphyxiated to death. Tina had survived by breathing through a crack in the fridge. It appeared that they had been beaten and bit before they were locked in the fridge. The police interviewed Tina, and she identified her kidnapper. But because she was only 3.5 years old and had experienced a horribly traumatic event, The police weren't sure if what she said was true. The police investigated the person who Tina said kidnapped her and her sister, but they couldn't find any physical evidence that tied the person to the kidnapping. As a result, the case went cold after a few months. By Halloween 1977, a year and a half after the kidnapping and murder, there had been no arrests. On that Halloween night, Audrey and George Carter put their 19-month-old daughter, Nema, to bed in their 3-bedroom house in Lawton. Nema cried for a bit, but George and Audrey decided not to go into her bedroom because they knew she'd settle down and fall asleep soon. Eventually, she did quiet down, and then George and Audrey fell asleep in the living room. The next morning, they got up, and Audrey went into Nema's bedroom. She was immediately alarmed when she discovered that the toddler wasn't in her bedroom. Audrey and George desperately searched the house, but Nema was gone. They called the police, and a massive search for the toddler was launched. The police searched the Carter's house, and they noted that all the windows were locked. There were no signs of a break-in, so the police suspected that George and Audrey might have had something to do with the toddler's disappearance. They were questioned and asked to take a polygraph test. Both agreed to be tested, and they were asked if they knew what happened to Nema or if they were involved in her disappearance. They answered no to both questions. It was determined that they were telling the truth. It's believed that the kidnapper was hiding in the closet of Nema's bedroom when she was put to bed. The kidnapper picked up the toddler, carried her out of the bedroom, past the living room where George and Audrey were sleeping, and out the front door. Where the kidnapper went with Nema after walking out the front door was a mystery. After a few weeks, the searches for Nema started to wind down because no trace of the 19-month-old had been found. On November 23, 1977, just over 3 weeks after Nema was kidnapped, 22-year-old Gregory Goodall was doing some laundry at a friend's home, which was about 4 blocks from Nema's family's home. He decided to go get some cigarettes at a nearby store. On the way to the store, he cut across a lot that had an abandoned duplex on it. Out of curiosity, Goodall decided to explore the duplex. When he got inside, he found an abandoned fridge, and lying beside it was the body of a toddler. The body was identified as Nema Carter. The medical examiner determined that she had asphyxiated to death. The police learned that a few days earlier, a group of boys was in the duplex, and one of them opened the refrigerator door, and the body fell out. This frightened them, and they ran from the building. They did not tell anyone about the body because they thought they would be in trouble. The police, the media, and the public immediately saw the connections between the murder of Nema and Mary. Both victims were toddlers, and they were of Native American descent. They were both taken from their home while their guardians were in another room, and their homes were less than a mile from each other. Finally, in both crimes, the children were locked in a refrigerator in an abandoned building only a few blocks from their homes. After talking to George and Audrey, the police knew of another similarity between the two crimes. Tina, Mary, and Nema all shared the same babysitter, 18-year-old Jackie Rubidoux. The police had a suspect in Tina and Mary's kidnapping, and that was Rubidoux. She was 16 years old at the time of the kidnapping. She was the person that Tina identified as her kidnapper. Also, a neighbor had come forward, and she said she saw Rubidoux leading Tina and Mary away from their grandmother's house towards the abandoned house. The police interviewed Rubidoux after the twins were kidnapped, but she denied being involved. Without a confession, the police didn't feel that they had enough evidence to charge Rubidoux. They thought they didn't even have enough evidence to publicly name her as a person of interest. So unfortunately, George and Audrey Carter had no idea she was a suspect in Tina's murder when they hired her to babysit. After Nema's body was found, the police brought in Rubidoux for questioning, and she denied killing the 19-month-old. She said she was playing bingo on the night that she was kidnapped. However, the officers noted that Rubidoux did say some things about Nema's kidnapping and murder that only the killer would have known. Nearly 2 years after Nema Carter's murder, Rubidoux was charged with the murder of Mary Carpenter, but not for the murder of Nema. In February 1982, over 2 years after she was charged, Rubidoux went to trial for first-degree murder. It ended in a mistrial because the jury was deadlocked. She went to trial again over a year later, in May 1983. At the trial, even though Rubidoux had not even been charged with Nema's murder, let alone convicted of it, her murder was presented as evidence to show Rubidoux's pattern of behavior. Rubidoux was ultimately convicted, and she was sentenced to life in prison. Her lawyer appealed because she was a juvenile when she committed the murder. The appeal also said that since Rubidoux had not been convicted of Nema's murder should not have been mentioned at the trial. A panel of 3 judges upheld the conviction and the sentence. Rubidoux died in prison from liver cancer in August 2005. She was 46 years old. Nema's mother, Audrey Carter, died in 2000. George Carter is still alive, and he is haunted by the night that his daughter was kidnapped. He often wonders what would have happened if he had just looked in Nema's closet on that Halloween night. George is now convinced that Rubidoux killed his daughter. He said that Rubidoux adored Nema, and he never thought she would hurt her. He wishes he got a chance to ask Rubidoux if she did kill Nema. He believes that she would have been honest with him. No one else has ever been charged in connection with Nema Carter's murder, but the police and the district attorney consider the case closed. Number 1. Maria Chilela. Halloween 1981 fell on a Saturday. In Brick Township, New Jersey, it was a cold evening, but that didn't discourage kids from going out and enjoying their Halloween. At about 6 p.m., 17-year-old Maria Chilela left her family's home to go out for the evening. She didn't come home that night, and her parents reported her missing. A police officer said that he saw Maria about half a mile from her home on the night she went missing. She was walking beside the highway shortly after midnight. The officer had to attend to something, but he planned to drive her home once he was done. The officer returned to the area less than 10 minutes later, and she was gone. The officer just assumed she got home or she was picked up by someone else, and he went on with his night. For over 2 years, Maria's family looked for her in vain. They plastered the community with missing persons reports, and they offered a reward for information. But no trace of Maria was found. Her family held out hope that she was still alive. But that hope was snuffed out in January 1984 when a body was found in a wooded area behind a Burger King in Ocean Township, New Jersey. The body was identified as 18-year-old Anna Olesowitz, who lived in Camden, New Jersey. She had been shot 4 times in the head with a small caliber gun. Olesowitz was last seen on the boardwalk in Ashbury Park, New Jersey, on August 27, 1982, nearly 6 months before her body was found. After the body was found, a woman named Teresa Smith got in contact with the police. She told them that her former boyfriend, Richard Begenwald, had killed Olesowitz. The police investigated Begenwald, and they were shocked by what they found out. Begenwald was born in August 1940 in Rockland County, New York. His father was an alcoholic who beat him. When he was 5 years old, Begenwald set his house on fire. This resulted in him being admitted to a psychiatric hospital. When he was 9, he received electroshock therapy, and then he was sent to a state school. Begenwald finished grade 8 when he was 16 years old, and then he tried high school, but he dropped out after a few weeks. In December 1958, Begenwald was 18 years old, and he was living with his mother on Staten Island, New York. A week before Christmas, Begenwald and a friend stole a car and drove to Bayonne, New Jersey. Begenwald and his friend stopped at a small grocery store, which had just been purchased by 47-year-old Stephen Sladowski and his wife 4 months earlier. Sladowski was also the city's assistant prosecutor. Armed with a sawed-off shotgun, Begenwald entered the store and found Sladowski working alone. He shot Sladowski once in the chest, grabbed $100, and ran to the car where his friend was waiting. Begenwald got into the driver's seat and drove off. The next day, Begenwald and his friend were speeding through Salisbury, Maryland in the stolen car. They were pulled over by a police officer. As the officer approached the car, Begenwald fired his shotgun twice at the officer. The officer was grazed in the face with one of the pellets, and he fell to the ground. Begenwald and his friends sped off. About 45 minutes later, a state trooper pulled Begenwald over. As he approached the car, Begenwald fired 2 shots at him. He missed, and the officer fired back. Begenwald was hit in the right cheek, but he wasn't down. He started to reload his shotgun. The trooper ran at Begenwald and kicked the shotgun out of his hand. He then put him under arrest. Begenwald's friend surrendered without putting up a fight. In police custody, Begenwald's friend told them that Begenwald killed Sladowski. Begenwald and his friend, who were both 18, were charged with first-degree murder. At their trial in August 1959, they were facing the death penalty, but they were spared that fate. Begenwald was sentenced to life with the chance of parole, and his friend was sentenced to 25 to 30 years in prison. In the mid-1960s, while Begenwald was serving his sentence, he met Darren Fitzgerald, who had been in and out of prison since 1955 for a variety of crimes like armed robbery. Begenwald was paroled in 1975 after serving 17 years. For the next 6 years, Begenwald had several brushes with the law, including being accused of sexual assault. But those charges were dismissed because the victim couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Begenwald did violate his parole several times, and he was sent back to prison a few times for those violations. In February 1981, Begenwald was out of prison, and Darren Fitzgerald got in touch with him. They spent time with each other, and they became close friends. In February 1982, Fitzgerald got a job as a manager of a house that was split into rental units in Ashbury Park. After he got the job, he convinced Begenwald to move into a unit. Begenwald, who was 41, moved into the unit with his girlfriend, 21-year-old Teresa Smith. Smith told the police that Begenwald talked about how he and Fitzgerald would pick people at random and kill them just for the thrill of it. She said that Brgh really wanted her to come along on one of these random kills. On August 28, 1982, Smith said that Brgh woke her up early in the morning. Brgh wanted her to come out to his car because he found someone that he wanted to kill and he wanted her to join him. She looked out the window and saw someone in the passenger seat of his car. She decided not to go out. Brgh got angry and he stormed out of the apartment. Smith said the next day Brgh picked her up at work and drove her to their home. He then took her into the garage that was on the property and he showed her the dead body of a young woman that had a trash bag tied around her head. Brgh said he picked her up on the boardwalk. He then said he shot her 4 times in the head. Smith was asked why Brgh shot her, and Smith said it was just because she was there. After hearing Smith's story, the police arrested Brgh and Fitzgerald. Once Fitzgerald was in custody, he immediately started cooperating with the police. He said they started their killing spree on Halloween night 1981. He and Brgh were driving around Brick Township, New Jersey, and just after midnight, they came across a teenage girl who was walking alone on the side of the highway. They got her into the car, and Brgh shot her twice in the head with a .22 caliber gun. When Brgh shot people, he used a .22 caliber gun. He used this caliber because when someone is shot in the head with a .22 caliber bullet, the bullet doesn't usually exit the skull. Instead, it usually bounces around and causes more damage. Also, it doesn't cause much blood splatter. So it's an ideal caliber for shooting someone in a car. Fitzgerald said that Brgh killed the teenage girl just to watch her die. Her body was cut into 3 pieces and buried in Brgh's mother's yard on Staten Island. The police went to Brgh's mother's house and dug where Fitzgerald told them to. They found the bodies of 2 young women. One was buried directly above the other one. The body on the bottom was the teenage girl that Brgh and Fitzgerald picked up on Halloween. Through dental records, she was identified as 17-year-old Maria Chiella. The body buried above her was identified as 18-year-old Deborah Osborne. Osborne was killed on April 5, 1982, about 6 months after Maria was killed. She was last seen in a tavern in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, about 3 miles from where Maria was kidnapped. Brgh told Fitzgerald that he had picked her up while she was hitchhiking. He ended up stabbing her 17 times. Fitzgerald said he wasn't with Brgh when this murder was committed. About 5 months after that, Brgh came across Anna Olesowicz on the boardwalk in Ashbury Park. He asked her if she wanted to smoke some marijuana, and she said yes. They smoked a joint, and he said he had more marijuana at home, and he convinced her to get into his car. Fitzgerald said that Brgh told him that Olesowicz was a training exercise for Teresa Smith. But when Brgh tried to get Smith to join him in the murder, she refused to come out to the car. So Brgh drove around with Olesowicz for a while, and then he shot her 4 times in the head. Fitzgerald said he helped Brgh dump her body in the wooded area where it was found 6 months later. One of the other residents of the house where Fitzgerald and Brgh lived was 34-year-old William Ward. Ward was a drug dealer, and supposedly Brgh worked as a hitman for him. Sometime in September 1984, Brgh and Ward got into an argument about a job. Brgh and Fitzgerald ended up beating Ward, and the Bagenwalds shot him 5 times in the head. They buried his body on the outskirts of a cemetery in Neptune Township, New Jersey. Then on the night of November 20th, 1982, 17-year-old Betsy Bacon, who lived in Seagirt, New Jersey, left her home to go buy some cigarettes. Bagenwald picked her up, and he shot her twice in the head. Fitzgerald helped Bagenwald bury the body in a shallow grave off an unused road about 15 miles from their home. 2 months after Betsy's murder, Anna Olesowicz's body was found, and it led to the arrest of Fitzgerald and Bagenwald. In 1983, Bagenwald was found guilty of killing Anna Olesowicz, and he was sentenced to death. He was then convicted of killing William Ward, and he pleaded guilty to killing Maria Chiella and Deborah Osborne. He was given a life sentence for each of those murders. He was never charged with the murder of Betsy Bacon. Fitzgerald testified against Bagenwald, and he was given a plea deal. He was just charged with possession of a weapon and for being an accessory to murder after the fact. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, and he was paroled after 3 years. His current whereabouts are unknown. Richard Bagenwald died in prison in March 2008 at the age of 67. It's believed that he killed more than the 6 people he's credited with murdering. This includes a 57-year-old police informant named John Petrone. Petrone was a former convict, and he had been friends with Bagenwald in prison. They also spent time together once they were out on parole. Petrone disappeared in June 1978, 3.5 years before Maria was killed. Petrone's skeletal remains were found buried in a wildlife preserve in Jackson Township, New Jersey, in May 1983, 5 years after he went missing. All his bones were there with one exception: his jawbone was missing. The district attorney speculated that Bagenwald killed Petrone for 2 possible reasons. The first is that Bagenwald found out that Petrone was a police informant. It's also possible that Petrone extorted $2,000 from Bagenwald's mother. Another possible victim of Bagenwald's is 17-year-old Virginia Clayton, who lived in Freehold, New Jersey. She went missing on September 8, 1982, which is around the same time that Bagenwald and Fitzgerald killed William Ward. Virginia's body was found 3 days after she went missing in a ditch in the same wildlife preserve that Petrone's body was buried. Their bodies were dumped about 4 miles apart. Virginia had been stabbed to death. Bagenwald was never charged with these murders, but he remains the prime suspect. Number 3. Susan Potempa. In the early 1970s, Susan and Robert Potempa moved into a split-level house on a quiet street in Summit, Illinois. Summit is a suburb of Chicago. Susan and Robert went on to have a son, whom they named Gerald. Robert also had a son and a daughter from a previous relationship. The Potempas were well known in their neighborhood, and they were well liked. Unfortunately, in 1992, Susan was diagnosed with breast cancer. She ended up having a mastectomy. The surgery left Susan in a considerable amount of pain. In 1993, Thanksgiving was on November 25th. A long-standing tradition on Thanksgiving is that there is a Detroit Lions football game. That year, the Lions were playing the Chicago Bears. Robert and his son Gerald decided to travel to Detroit to see the game. Susan did not join them. Robert and Gerald left on the night of November 24th, and they returned home on November 27th. Neither of them had spoken to Susan while they were away. When they got home, they went into the garage and they made a horrifying discovery. 50-year-old Susan was dead in a dried blood pool. The pathologist determined that Susan had died 2 days before, on Thanksgiving Day. Her hands had been bound behind her back with duct tape. She had been strangled, and she was struck in the head multiple times with an electric drill. The drill was found close to her body. The police could not figure out why someone would want to kill Susan Potempa. For the police, the first most likely suspect was Robert, but he had an airtight alibi. He was 300 miles away in Detroit when she was killed. Then, a few days after the murder, a young man contacted the police. He said that his friend, 18-year-old Reginald Williams, had confessed to him that he killed Susan. Williams was unemployed and he lived 3 blocks away from Susan and her family. Robert and Gerald had no idea who Williams was, and they did not think that Susan knew him either. The police had the young man wear a wire while he talked to Williams. They listened as Williams confessed to the murder. On December 4th, Williams was arrested and charged with murder. Once Williams was in custody, he told the police a story that they thought was rather unbelievable. Williams said that Susan had hired him to kill her. In fact, she had given him $2,100 to kill her. Williams explained that on Thanksgiving Day, Susan picked him up and brought him back to her home. She set aside $2,100 for him, and Williams choked her from behind. When she went limp, he laid her body on the floor. He grabbed the money and then walked away, leaving Susan's lifeless body on the floor of her home. Williams said that he was amazed when later that same day, Susan tracked him down. It turned out that he had not killed her, and Susan wanted him to finish the job. She drove him back to her home and parked in the garage. She then asked if he knew any other ways to kill her. She asked him if he had a gun, but he didn't. She then suggested smothering her with a pillow. Williams said that Susan finally said to get her unconscious and then do whatever needed to be done to kill her. But first, Susan had unbound her with duct tape. Then she turned his back on him, and Williams said that he choked her out from behind. When she was unconscious, he picked up the electric drill and struck her in the head 7 or 8 times. Williams told the police that afterward, he was shocked by what he had done. At first, the police did not believe Williams' story. But then, they talked to some people in Susan's neighborhood. 4 people said that Susan had talked to them about arranging her murder. The police were shocked that none of these people came forward before Susan died. At least one person who Susan approached said he did not take her seriously. Other people did not believe Williams' story. Several of her family members, friends, and neighbors had never noticed that Susan was depressed. Also, while Susan was in pain because of her surgery, she was not dying of breast cancer. Also, often when someone dies by suicide, if they have a life insurance policy, it does not pay out. So it was thought that Susan may have staged her own murder to ensure that her family got money from a life insurance policy. but the police found no evidence that this was Susan's intention. Susan's husband, Robert, does not believe his wife hired Williams to kill her. He thinks that Williams was robbing their house, Susan caught him, and then he killed her. In February 1996, Reginald Williams pleaded guilty to murder. He was sentenced to 26 years of prison. Number 2. Ronald and Roberta Ehrlich. In the autumn of 2002, Ronald Ehrlich was 66 years old and his wife, Roberta, was 61 years old. They lived in a large house on a rural road in New Fairfield, Connecticut. It was the house that Ronald grew up in. At Thanksgiving 2002, the couple was just a few months shy of celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary. Ronald had been a tool and die maker, but he had recently retired. He had also been a volunteer firefighter for most of his life. Roberta was a registered nurse. She had been a nurse before she and Ronald got married in 1963. The couple did not have any children, but they were incredibly close to their nieces and nephews and their great-nieces and nephews. They also had a large social circle, and they were friends with a lot of people in their community. On Thanksgiving Day 2002, which was on November 28th, they were hosting their family for dinner. At around 11:30 a.m., 2 members of their family arrived at their home and found the front door open. They called out to Roberta and Ronald, but neither responded. They searched the house, and it appeared that someone had been making dinner. They went into the basement, and they found Ronald and Roberta's dead bodies, which were covered with blood. They immediately called 911. At first, because of how much blood was found at the crime scene, the police thought that the couple had been shot to death. However, a medical examiner later discovered that there were no bullet wounds. Instead, they had been beaten to death. The house had not been ransacked, but their wallets were missing. Their 1998 Dodge Durango was also missing. Several hours after Ronald and Roberta's bodies were found, a Dodge Durango crashed into a guardrail about 25 miles from the crime scene near Bedford, New York. A 21-year-old man named Alexander Gray was driving the vehicle. The police ran the license plate and found out that the Durango belonged to Roberta and Ronald Ehrlich and it had been reported stolen. The Connecticut State Police were notified that Gray had been arrested. Then the state police in New York and Connecticut started to look into Alexander Gray's background. Gray grew up in an affluent neighborhood in Louisville, Kentucky. His father was a physician and his mother was a child psychologist. Gray had severe mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. Several months earlier, his father had him involuntarily hospitalized. Gray was hospitalized for a while, but he was out of the hospital by the fall. The police questioned Gray, and he told them what he did before the murders. Sometime in late November, he had packed a lot of his belongings into a 2000 Cadillac Escalade that his father had given him as a gift. He then left his home in Louisville. 2 days before Thanksgiving, he was driving on a foggy mountain road near Hidden Valley, Pennsylvania. Gray ended up crashing his SUV into some boulders. A tow truck driver and a firefighter who were at the crash scene both said that Gray was incoherent. He seemed agitated, and he was talking to people who weren't there. That night, Gray caught a bus to New York City. In New York, he transferred to a train that went to Brewster, New York, which is about 10 miles from New Fairfield. Gray had a cousin who lived in New Fairfield, about a mile from Ronald and Roberta. His cousin picked him up at the train station at about 2:30 a.m. on Thanksgiving Day and drove him back to his house. Hours later, at 6:30 a.m., Gray wanted to borrow a car to go buy some cigarettes. His cousin told him to wait and someone would drive him later. At 8 a.m., his cousin's family woke up, but they couldn't find Gray. They looked for him, but they could not find him. They even ended up filing a missing persons report. Gray said that when he left his cousin's home, he went out birdwatching. That's when he saw Ronald Ehrlich, who was walking his dog near his home. Gray saw that Ronald was going into his home, and he asked Ronald if he could use his phone. Ronald agreed, and Gray followed him inside. They went into the basement, where Gray called his girlfriend. After Gray hung up, he attacked Ronald. He told the police, "I didn't give him a chance. I just butchered him. He was an old man. I just manhandled him, beat him to the ground. I beat him in the face." His wife came down and said, "Oh my God," and I beat her down too. It turned out that Gray had beaten the couple to death with his bare hands and feet. He then did his best to hide their bodies. Afterward, he grabbed their wallets and drove off in their SUV. He ended up crashing because he fell asleep behind the wheel. Gray did not give a reason as to why he committed the brutal double homicide. He did not know the Ehrlichs, and he had no reason to kill them. His lawyers argued that he did it because he was insane at the time of the murders. They pointed out that in the days leading up to the murders, Gray was not taking his prescription drugs. In June 2003, a judge ruled that Gray was not competent to stand trial. Gray eventually made a plea deal to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life without parole. It was just a question of whether he would serve it at a psychiatric hospital or in prison. Gray's lawyers wanted him to be placed in a psychiatric hospital. The district attorney did not think that Gray was insane at the time of the murders, but he also thought that it would be better if Gray were hospitalized. The judge ultimately decided that Alexander Gray should live out the rest of his life in prison. At the time of this video, Gray is 37 years old, and he is serving his sentence at the Gardner Correctional Institution in Newton, Connecticut. Number 1. The Brghs. The Brgh family lived just outside Muskegon, Michigan. They lived across the road from the amusement park, Michigan Adventure. In the autumn of 1998, Stephen Brgh was 50 years old, and his wife, Linda, was 49. Stephen taught 5th grade, and Linda was a medical receptionist. They had 2 sons, Jebediah, who was 19, and Seth, who was 18. Jebediah was enrolled at Muskegon Community College, while Seth was in high school. In 1998, the family was celebrating Thanksgiving a few days after the official holiday. They were going to have a family dinner on Sunday, November 29th. That autumn, Jebediah was dating 19-year-old April Boss, who attended the same community college as him. She planned on attending the family's Thanksgiving dinner. Boss had to work that evening, but she did not show up for her shift. Boss's mother called the Brgh home, but there was no answer. So just after 11 p.m., Boss's mother and stepfather drove over to the Brgh home. When they got there, they saw someone run from the garage and enter the house. They started to walk up the driveway, and they were shocked when they found someone lying between two cars. They looked in the garage, and they saw some blood. Then they saw what looked like a young man run into a nearby forest. Boss's mother and stepfather rushed into the Brgh home and immediately called 911. Officers arrived in minutes. It turned out that the body in the driveway was 50-year-old Stephen Brgh, who had been dead for several hours. In a room just off the garage, the officers found the body of Stephen's 78-year-old father, John Brgh. The body of 19-year-old April Boss was found in the same room. In the upstairs washroom, they found the body of 49-year-old Linda Brgh. In the basement, they found 19-year-old Jebediah Brgh's dead body. Everyone but John Brgh had been shot once in the back of the head. John had been shot twice. The police looked around the rest of the property, but they could not find 18-year-old Seth Brgh. Then, a young man walked out of the woods near the family's home. The young man identified himself as Stephen Wallace. He was a friend of Seth Brgh. Wallace explained that earlier that afternoon, Seth had called him and said he needed help. Seth confessed to Wallace that he had killed his family. Wallace said that Seth had begged him to come over and help him. So Wallace agreed. Wallace said that they wrapped the bodies in blankets and they planned to bury them. After a few hours, Wallace left, but Seth made him promise to come back later that night. When Wallace left, he took the .22 caliber Ruger handgun, which was the murder weapon, with him. He threw the gun into a pond that was a few miles from the crime scene. Wallace said that he then went to a function for his church's youth group. Afterward, he went to his girlfriend's home. Seth picked him up there and took him back to his house. They had planned on burying the bodies, but then they discovered it was too hard moving that much dead weight. So Seth decided to make it look like a robbery that went wrong by removing the blankets and staging the bodies in different places around the house. They even dragged the body of Seth's father out to the driveway. Wallace said that when April Boss's mother and stepfather showed up, they panicked and eventually ran into the woods. Wallace said he didn't know where Seth was. The police searched for Seth all night without any luck. The next morning, one of Seth's friends called the police. He told them that he saw Seth earlier that morning and he had given him a ride to another friend's house. The police found Seth hiding in a pole barn on his friend's property. Seth was arrested without incident. On December 1st, 18-year-old Seth gave a detailed confession of the murders. He explained that tension in his house had been high for the last 6 months. He had gotten into trouble for shoplifting and vandalism several months earlier. Seth said that he and his father had never really gotten along, but things were worse over the past 6 months. Seth felt that his mother always took his father's side. Seth said that he felt close to his brother, but even his brother had started taking his parents' side. Seth claimed that on the morning of the murders, his father told him that he did not love him anymore. Seth also said that his dad had told him that he had to move out. Seth said that his mother and brother heard his father say all this, but they did not say anything to defend him. Not long after the fight, his dad left in his car. Seth said he went to his father's safe and pulled out the .22 caliber Ruger. He went into the living room where his 19-year-old brother, Jebediah, was watching TV. He then shot his brother in the back of the head. He dragged Jebediah's body into the basement. Seth went back upstairs to the living room and waited for his dad to come home. When his dad came home, he had his father and Seth's grandfather, John, with him. Once his father and grandfather got inside, Seth walked by them, and after he did, he turned around and shot them both in the back of the head. However, his grandfather did not die right away, so he shot him again. Seth claimed that he did not know that his grandfather was coming for Thanksgiving dinner. Seth then said he went upstairs. His mother was in the upstairs bathroom, and she had just gotten out of the shower. Seth then shot her in the back of the head as well. Seth went back downstairs, and then April Boss walked in through the front door. During his confession, Seth implied he would have stopped her from coming in, but he did not get downstairs in time. When Boss got inside, she saw the dead bodies of Seth's father and grandfather. Seth shot her in the back of the head as well. Seth then called Wallace, who came over and helped him. After a few hours, Wallace left to go to his church's youth group event. While Wallace was gone, Seth said he cleaned up the blood. After Wallace came back, they found that they couldn't pick up the bodies because they were too heavy. So they dragged them and placed them around the house to make it look like a robbery. Then April Boss's mother and stepfather showed up, so he and Wallace ran into the woods. Seth then said he regretted what he did and it was a horrible mistake. But something did not sit right with the detective who was interviewing Seth. The way Seth explained it, he snapped on the morning of the murders because of what his dad said, and he had only intended on killing his immediate family, but then had to kill his grandfather and his brother's girlfriend because they just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The detective did not think that Seth was being entirely honest. Before Seth confessed, the police had been given CCTV footage of Seth from the day before the shooting. He was at a Myers store and he was trying to buy ammunition. So the detective suspected that he may have been planning the murder for at least a day. Seth explained that he had planned on doing some small gun hunting that weekend. He claimed that the idea to kill his family only came to him on the morning of the murders. Seth ended up pleading guilty to 5 counts of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Stephen Wallace was charged with being an accessory to murder. In November 1999, he was acquitted. Sometime after the murders, the Brgh house was demolished so that Michigan Adventure could expand. In July 2010, Seth Brgh was serving his sentence at the Kinross Correctional Facility, which is a medium security prison in Chippewa County, Michigan. On July 25th, a semi-truck was making a delivery to the prison. Seth and 2 other inmates attacked the driver and got into the cab of the truck. They crashed through some fences, and then the 3 inmates started running. Nearly immediately, the 2 other inmates surrendered. Seth did not stop running. As he was running across the road, he was shot. Like all the people that Seth killed, he died from a gunshot wound to the head. Seth Brgh was 30 when he died, and he had served about 11.5 years in prison. The truck driver that they attacked was not seriously injured. Number 3. Georges Marcotte. Today, Saint Laurent is a borough of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. In 1962, it was its own town. The residents are predominantly French-speaking. On December 14, 1962, a man wearing a hood entered a bank branch of CIBC. He was armed with a carbine. In English, he told everyone to get down. He then went and stood at the door of the manager's office. A second man, armed with a revolver, had followed him into the bank, and he went behind the teller's desk. By that time, one of the tellers had triggered the silent alarm. Then, a man dressed as Santa Claus and who was wearing sunglasses walked into the bank. He was carrying an FN 308 semi-automatic rifle. The second man who came into the bank, who went behind the teller's desk, was having difficulties getting the money from each of the teller's drawers. So the man who was dressed like Santa Claus forced the bank manager to take him to the vault. Once the man who was dressed as Santa was in the vault, he started loading money into his bag. Saint Laurent police constables Claude Marino and Denis Brabron were on duty that afternoon. Marino was supposed to have the day off, and he had planned to go Christmas shopping with his family. But the shopping trip had to be postponed, so he decided to fill in for someone at work. When the call came in that an alarm had been sounded at the CIBC branch, they were test driving an ambulance that the police department had recently purchased. Something about the call may have struck Marino's attention. Marino had been born in a farmhouse that once stood where the bank was now built. Nevertheless, they took the call. When they pulled up to the bank, the robber, who was disguised as Santa Claus, was putting his bag of money into a getaway car. He saw the ambulance and he opened fire. Santa shot Marino in the chest while he was sitting in the driver's seat. Brabron got out of the ambulance and he was shot nearly immediately after he stepped out. He was shot in the thigh, so he fell to the ground. He got out on the passenger side, so the ambulance was between him and the armed man who was dressed as Santa Claus. The man in the Santa suit got down and fired under the ambulance. He walked around the ambulance and then fired at Brabron as he laid on the ground. One of the other robbers got into the driver's seat of the getaway car, and then Santa got into the passenger seat. Then they drove off. The third robber ran into a nearby field. More police arrived at the scene minutes later, and they called in an ambulance. Nema Brgh was rushed to the hospital, but the 30-year-old father of two died within an hour. 34-year-old Claude Marino, father of three, was pronounced dead at the scene. He died just feet away from the spot where he was born. In total, Santa Claus and his accomplices got away with about $6,500 in cash and an additional $133,000 in bonds and traveler's checks. The next day, the getaway car with a Santa suit and about $64,000 worth of bonds that were non-negotiable was found abandoned. The next day, the getaway car was found abandoned. The car had been stolen from a garage nearly 2 weeks earlier. The license plates had been swapped out with some plates that were taken off a car in a scrapyard. On December 21, 1962, a week after the robbery, a 30-year-old man named Jules Reeves was brought into the emergency room at one of Montreal's hospitals. He had been found unconscious in his room in a rooming house. Reeves had suffered a blood clot in his brain because he had taken too many barbiturates. This had left him in a coma. 2 nights after he was brought to the ER, a man came to the hospital to see him. He claimed he was Reeves' brother and he wanted to collect his clothes and the money he had on him. One of the nurses who was on duty refused to hand over the clothes and the money, so the man left. After he left, she called the police and some officers came to the hospital. They looked in the pockets of the man's clothes and they found $1,297. They compared the serial numbers on the bills to the bills stolen from the bank, and they were a match. So while the police had found one of the Santa Claus bandits, because of Reeves' physical state, he could not identify his accomplices. The room where he was crashing did not contain any clues as to the identity of his accomplices. The police would not find out who his accomplices were until January 11, 1963, 4 weeks after the deadly heist. On that day, a man called the police and explained that he was married to a woman, but he was also in a sexual relationship with a man. The man had 2 friends, and they were planning a bank robbery. The caller said that the 3 men wanted him to do the robbery with them, but he had turned them down. Then his wife found out that he was in a relationship with the man. She gave him an ultimatum. He had to choose her or the man he was having an affair with. The man decided to stay with his wife, and to show his dedication to her, he wanted to turn the men in. He said that one of the men was Jules Reeves. The other 2 men were 34-year-old Georges Marcotte and 39-year-old Jean-Paul Fournel. It turned out that Marcotte was already in police custody. On December 19th, 5 days after the robbery, he had been arrested after he tried to force his way into his friend's home with a revolver. He was charged with possession of a revolver. While he was awaiting trial, he tried to hang himself in his jail cell, but he was cut down by his cellmate and he survived. Marcotte claimed he was having problems at home. He also said he was having a difficult time with life since he had been released from the penitentiary 5 months earlier. He was even questioned about the Santa Claus bank heist, but the interviewing officer did not think he seemed like a likely culprit. The officer thought that Marcotte was just a revolver guy, and he did not think he would commit a crime with a semi-automatic rifle. After the police talked to the man on the phone, officers went to Jean-Paul Fournel's apartment and arrested him. In Furnell's car, they found the rifle that was used by Santa Claus to kill the 2 police officers. A week later, there was a coroner's inquest. At the inquest, Furnell confessed to everything. He said that he was the robber who ran into the field, and Jules Reeves was the one who ended up driving the car away from the robbery. He said that Georges Marcotte was Santa Claus. All 3 men were charged with murder. Jules Reeves was deemed unfit to stand trial. Because of the blood clot, Reeves was disabled, and he was eventually placed in an institution. Georges Marcotte went to trial first in February 1963, about 2 months after the robbery. Marcotte had always maintained his innocence, and he pleaded not guilty. Marcotte was found guilty, and he was sentenced to be hanged a few months later on May 31st. He was later given a stay of execution. In June 1964, Jean-Paul Furnell pleaded guilty to armed robbery, and he was given a life sentence. In October 1973, Jules Reeves, who was still in an institution, had a heart attack and died. In 1976, Canada abolished the death penalty, and Marcotte's death sentence was commuted to life in prison. 5 years later, in 1981, Marcotte was paroled. When he got out of prison, he changed his name to Albert Georges Duvivier, and he moved to Ontario. Duvivier was involved in minor crimes, and he was sent back to prison several times. Between 1993 and 2002, he was only allowed out of the prison on day parole. After that, he was granted full parole. It's unclear what happened to him after he was granted full parole. When he was granted full parole, he would have been in his early 70s. If Albert Georges Duvivier is still alive at the time of this video, he would be in his late 80s. Number 2. George Gares. In December 1921, Teresa Kuharski was 5 years old. She lived in New Brunswick, New Jersey with her mother, Letty, and her younger sister. Her father, Adolf, had been arrested several months earlier because he had been accused of sexually assaulting a 15-year-old girl. After he was arrested, Letty got the bail money from a bail bondsman. After Letty posted the bail, Adolf fled. This left Letty responsible for paying the bail bondsman in addition to supporting their 2 daughters. Letty ran a tap room in a flop house called the Belmore. The problem was that Prohibition had started 2 years earlier, and Letty's bar was illegal. In the autumn of 1921, a judge had ordered the police to shut down her tap room. But on December 22, 1921, Letty was still open. Letty and her 2 daughters lived in one of the rooms in the flop house. At some point that night, Letty went upstairs to tend to her youngest daughter. While she did, 5-year-old Teresa stayed in the bar room. The bartender was watching her, but then she had to step away from the bar for a few minutes. A man with a white beard, who was drinking moonshine, struck up a conversation with Teresa. He then fixed her toy monkey. Teresa asked the man with the beard if he was Santa Claus. After all, it was only 3 days before Christmas. The man said he was Santa Claus. In reality, he was 54-year-old George Gares, pictured here without his beard. George had immigrated to the United States from Germany, and he traveled around working as a carpenter. Earlier that year, George had been arrested for sexually assaulting a 6-year-old boy in a park. That summer, George went to trial, and he was acquitted. George told Teresa that he had a present for her, but it was in his room at a different hotel. George offered to take her to his room, and she accepted his offer. George and Teresa were seen skipping down the road to a rundown hotel called the Hotel Albany. When they got to the hotel, George told the owner of the hotel that the girl was his granddaughter. George then took Teresa to his room on the 3rd floor, where he had been staying for the past 2 months. About 2 hours later, George left the hotel alone. Several hours later, the owner of the hotel went to the 3rd floor. He went to a closet to get a broom, and he found a suitcase in the closet. He saw some blonde hair sticking out of the suitcase. He got curious and decided to look in the suitcase. Inside, he found the body of a little girl. He alerted the police, and officers came to the hotel. They were quickly able to determine that it was the body of 5-year-old Teresa Kaharski. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. George Gears instantly became a wanted man, and not just by the police. A large group of men formed a posse. The posse vowed if they found him, they were going to kill him. So the police felt that they needed to find George first for his own safety. The police went to visit George Gears' wife, who lived in Elizabeth, New Jersey. She said that she hadn't seen him in over a year. After the officers pressed her, she said that he might be at his brother's cabin in some woods just outside of Dayton, New Jersey. On Christmas Eve, the police surrounded the cabin. They burst in while George and his brother, Sylvester, were sleeping. Sylvester was arrested as a material witness. Sylvester swore he had no idea that George was a suspect in a murder. George denied killing Teresa. After George was arrested and his photograph was printed in the newspaper, 2 men got in contact with the police. They wanted to talk about an incident that happened 2 months earlier. On October 25th, 7-year-old Stella Ostrowski went missing while she was out for recess at her school in Fresh Ponds, New Jersey. Large search parties were formed, and the 2 men who had just got in contact with the police were searchers. Stella's body was found about a month after she went missing in a field about 4 miles from the school. A doctor who examined the remains thought that Stella had died from exposure and hunger. The police concluded that Stella's death was a tragic accident. During that recess, Stella had knocked a boy over. The boy's brother became angry, and he chased Stella with a stick. Stella ran into the woods behind the schoolhouse. The police thought that when people started looking for Stella, she may have thought that the boy she knocked down was seriously hurt. She may have avoided the searchers, fearing that she was going to get in trouble. She then most likely got lost and later died from exposure and starvation. The 2 men who got in contact with the police said that they searched for Stella the day after she went missing. While they were searching a swamp that was a couple miles from the school, they found a man lying on the ground. The man was very drunk. They asked the man what he was doing, and he struggled to communicate. The drunk man spoke in English and German, and the only thing that the men could make out was that he said, "I lose my landsman." The two men swore that the drunk man was George Gares. They thought that George may have been heading to his brother's cabin, and he got lost. When they found George lying on the ground, he was close to his brother Sylvester's cabin. It also turned out that they weren't far from where Stella's body would be found a month later. In fact, Stella's body was found only a mile and a half away from Sylvester's cabin. George was questioned about Stella's death, but he adamantly denied having anything to do with it. Sadly, Teresa Kaharski and Stella Ostrowski were not the only young girls to die unnatural deaths in New Jersey in the latter part of 1921. On October 6, 12-year-old Jeanette Lawrence, who is sometimes referred to as Janet, was babysitting in Madison, New Jersey. After she finished babysitting, she started walking home alone. When she didn't arrive home, her brother went to the house where she had been babysitting. The family told him that Jeanette had left an hour earlier. Her brother went home, and people started searching the neighborhood. Jeanette's body was found in the woods across the street from her family's home. A large handkerchief had been tied around her neck, and she had been stabbed 24 times. There were signs that she had been sexually assaulted, or at least the killer attempted to sexually assault her. The police had suspects, but no one had been convicted of her murder. When Stella went missing several weeks later, people thought that her disappearance and Stella's murder were connected. Then Stella's body was found a month after she went missing, and since it didn't appear that she was murdered, the police dropped the idea that the two cases were linked. But then the two men came forward and said that they encountered George Gares near the area where Stella's body was found. So the police started to reconsider Stella's cause of death. After all, she was found a month after she went missing, and her body was severely decomposed. Her clothes were used to identify her. The police began to wonder if the doctor got the wrong cause of death because of the state of the remains. But in the end, the police did not do much more investigating into Stella's death after George Gares was arrested. They already had a strong case against him for Teresa Kaharski's murder. Also, George denied being involved in Stella's death. And finally, Stella's case was closed because her death had been ruled an accident. While it was thought that Stella and Jeanette's cases were connected, the police could not link George to the murder of Jeanette. The police reasoned that if George did kill Stella and/or Jeanette, at the very least he would be convicted of Teresa's murder, and he would never be able to hurt anyone else ever again. George Gares ended up going to trial for Teresa Kaharski's murder on January 4th, 1922, 11 days after he was arrested. George said that he did not kill Teresa. He said that if he did not remember doing it because he was too drunk. Several people testified that they saw George with Teresa on the night she was murdered. One witness testified that he had heard George tell Teresa that he was Santa Claus. George's trial lasted for a day and a half. The jury deliberated for 40 minutes and returned with a verdict of guilty. George Gears was sentenced to die in the electric chair. Just after 8 o'clock on February 7, 1922, about a month after he was convicted, George Gears was strapped into the electric chair. At 8:08, the electric chair was turned on. Electricity started to course through George's body. But then, the chair started to fire off sparks. It turned out that wire had become loose. The power to the chair was turned off so that it could be fixed. While it was being repaired, George convulsed and struggled to breathe. After a few minutes, the chair was fixed and it was turned back on. At 8:13 p.m., 54-year-old George Gears was pronounced dead. The doctor who was at the execution did not think that George was in any pain during the delay when the chair was being fixed. The doctor thought that the first jolt of electricity would have rendered him unconscious. Today, it's unclear if George Gears was involved in the deaths of Stella Ostrowski and Jeanette Lawrence. Two men were ultimately arrested for the murder of Jeanette Lawrence. One was a greenhouse worker named Frank Janik. A former co-worker said that Janik had confessed to him. Janik was indicted and he went to trial in April 1922. The only evidence against him was the testimony of his former co-worker who said he confessed. It turned out that the man had been fired from the greenhouse and Janik brother owned the greenhouse. So Janik lawyer argued that the man told the police that Janik confessed to get revenge for being fired. His lawyer also pointed out that the police had another suspect, a 14-year-old boy named Francis Cluxon. Francis had been arrested the day after the murder, but they did not end up charging him. The jury found Frank Janik not guilty. After Janik trial, Francis Cluxon was indicted for murder. Francis, who was now 15, went to trial in July 1922. There was some evidence against him, but it was all circumstantial. Francis was a neighbor of Jeanette's. When Francis was questioned by the police, he said that he didn't know Jeanette well. However, other witnesses said that Francis and Jeanette had often played together. Francis also had a bad reputation. Sometime before Jeanette was murdered, Francis had been expelled from school because of his behavior. Francis admitted that he was in the forest around the time that Stella was killed. He said he was doing some target practice with his gun quite a distance away from the crime scene. When Jeanette was attacked, she was wearing a hat. In the hat, the police found a handkerchief. The letter F was embroidered on the handkerchief. Since Francis starts with an F, the police thought that the handkerchief might have been his. The police had searched Francis's family's property. They found some of Francis's clothes soaking in a bucket. The clothes had remnants of dark red stains on them. The police thought that the stains were blood. But Francis's family owned and operated a winery. Francis had been working at the winery ever since he got kicked out of school. He said that the stains were red wine. That was all the evidence the district attorney had. They never found the murder weapon, and they did not find any blood in Francis's home. Francis testified on his own behalf, and he denied committing the murder. The jury found him credible. He was ultimately acquitted of murder. A 49-year-old man named Monel Sayer saw Francis at his trial, and he was impressed by the young man. Monel was a rich, childless bachelor. After the trial, Monel persuaded Francis's parents to let him adopt Francis so that Francis could inherit his fortune. When he was adopted, Francis took on the surname Sayer. Monel and Francis eventually moved to Princeton, New Jersey, because people were suspicious of their lifestyle. Francis moved out of Monel's home in 1926. In 1927, Francis joined the Marines. In the winter of 1932, Francis was 26 years old, and he was living in San Diego, California. On Christmas Day 1932, Francis attacked two men with a butcher knife during a robbery. Both men were cut up pretty badly, but they survived the attack. Francis was fined $50, and he was given a 6-month suspended sentence. 6 months later, in June 1933, Francis was arrested again. At the time, Francis was living in a rooming house in San Diego. Joe Holloman was a watchman for the building next to Francis's rooming house. On June 15th, the police were called to Francis's home because he had shot Holloman with a shotgun. When they arrived, they found Holloman lying dead on the floor, and a gun was in one of his hands. Francis said that he killed Holloman in self-defense. Francis told the police that Holloman had been drinking earlier that day in his room with him, his girlfriend, and his friend. But eventually, they had to kick Holloman out. A little bit later, Holloman came back to Francis's room, where he found Francis's girlfriend and his friend. Francis was not in the room at the time. Holloman was supposedly armed with a gun, and he was firing wildly. Francis said that he managed to get the shotgun, and then he shot Holloman to save everyone. Francis's girlfriend and his friend backed up his story. The grand jury chose not to indict Francis for murder because they thought he acted in self-defense. Less than a year later, in April 1934, Francis was arrested yet again. This time, it was in connection with a dozen robberies and a string of cattle murders. Over $1,000 worth of stolen items were found in his home. Also, animal blood and hair was found in Francis's car. Francis pleaded guilty to theft. He ended up serving a stint in prison. Then it appeared that Francis stayed out of legal trouble for the rest of his life. Francis Sayer, formerly Francis Cluxton, died in 1971. If he had anything to do with the murder of Jeanette Lawrence, he took that secret to the grave with him. Because of his later criminal activity, people believe that he was the one who killed Jeanette. Other people do not think that he was responsible, and he was only charged because the police were desperate to convict anyone of the crime. If Francis didn't kill her, did George Gares kill her? After all, George was convicted of killing Teresa Kowarski, and he was seen not far from where Stella Ostrowski's body was eventually found. It was also thought that Stella and Jeanette's deaths were connected. Madison, where Jeanette was killed, is only about 45 miles from George's brother's cabin. George also traveled around for work. Perhaps what is most damning is that the child murders in New Jersey stopped after George was arrested. But unfortunately, we'll probably never know who killed Jeanette Lawrence. Also, we'll probably never know if Stella Swarovski's death was truly an accident or a murder. Number 1. Aziz Yazdan Panah. By the winter of 2011, 56-year-old Aziz Yazdanapah and 55-year-old Fatemeh Ramadi had been married for 24 years. Together, they had 2 children, Nona, who was 19, and Ali, who was 15. For years, they lived in Colleyville, which is a suburb of Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. Life was not always easy for the family. In 1996, Aziz pleaded guilty to filing a false income tax return. He was given 3 years of probation, plus he was fined $1,000, and he was ordered to pay over $30,000 in restitution. 3 years later, Aziz and Fatemeh were forced to file for bankruptcy. Aziz had worked in real estate, but around 2007, he stopped working. Despite all their financial trouble, and even though Fatemeh had a state cosmetology license, Aziz would not allow her to work. But after Aziz stopped working, the bills started to pile up, and Fatemeh had to get a job. In fact, she got 2 jobs. Unfortunately, she was not generating enough income to support the family's lifestyle. In the summer of 2010, their home was nearing foreclosure. Fatemeh ended up filing for bankruptcy again. In March 2011, Fatemeh and the couple's 2 children, Nona and Ali, moved into an apartment in Grapevine, which is another suburb of Dallas-Fort Worth. Supposedly, when they left Aziz, their house had no power or running water. After Fatemeh moved out, she told Aziz that she would be filing for divorce, and Aziz did not take the news well. 8 months after the couple split up, Fatemeh was hosting Christmas morning at her apartment. Besides her 2 children, Nona and Ali, Fatemeh's sister, 58-year-old Zohreh Ramadi, her husband, 59-year-old Mohammed Hossein Zohreh, and their 22-year-old daughter, Sarah, were also there. Then finally, Aziz was there. It's unclear if he was invited or if he just showed up. Nevertheless, he was wearing a Santa Claus suit. Just before 11 a.m., Sarah sent a text message to her friend. It reads, "So we're here. We just got here, and my uncle is here too, dressed as Santa. Awesome." Then, at 11:15 a.m., she sent a text message that reads, "Now he wants to be all fatherly and win Father of the Year." At 11:34 a.m., the following call came into 911.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? Hello, Grapevine 911. You need help? Are you sick? What was that? Do you need an ambulance or police? Hello? One moment. I'm just getting heavy breathing on the phone and I need someone to talk to me, so please send me.
Police officers were sent to the apartment and they found a gruesome scene. There were open presents and torn gift wrapping throughout the living room. Among the gifts and the wrapping paper were 7 dead bodies. The police concluded that Aziz was responsible for the mass murder. They think that when the family had finished unwrapping their gifts, he pulled out 2 guns from his Santa suit and he started shooting. His daughter, 19-year-old Nona, his 15-year-old son, Ali, his 22-year-old niece, Sarah, and his sister-in-law, 58-year-old Zohreh, had all been shot in the head, multiple times. His wife, 55-year-old Fatimeh, had been shot once in the head. Finally, his brother-in-law, 59-year-old Mohammed, was shot multiple times in the stomach, chest, and head. It appears that Aziz caught them all off guard. After Aziz killed his family, he called 911. He then shot himself in the head. The second gun used in the shooting was found in Mohammed's hand. The police think that Aziz planted the gun to make it look like Mohammed was the one who committed the massacre. But the police were quickly able to determine that Mohammed was one of the 6 victims. Tests were conducted, and it showed that Mohammed did not fire a gun. Also, Mohammed had been shot with both guns. The police are not exactly sure why Aziz tried to frame Mohammed. One theory is that, in the aftermath, Aziz wanted to look like a victim rather than a cold-blooded mass murderer. Another possibility was that Aziz planned on framing his brother-in-law and then he was going to leave the crime scene. Something may have gone wrong, or Aziz may have been overcome with guilt, and he took his own life instead of leaving the scene. However, we'll probably never know what Aziz had planned to do. We'll also probably never know why he did it, but there are plenty of theories. One theory is that he was unhappy that his wife and children were doing well without him. He may have also wanted to target his in-laws, Zaray and Mohammed. Supposedly, Mohammed and Aziz used to go on trips together. On these trips, they would meet up with sex workers in hotel rooms. Apparently, Mohammed had told his wife that Aziz used to do that, but he did admit to doing it himself. There is some speculation that Zaray told Fatimeh about Aziz's repeated infidelities with sex workers, and it led to her splitting up with Aziz. Aziz also did not like how much influence Zaray and Mohammed had over his wife and children. According to some friends of the couple, Aziz thought that Zaray and Mohammed were stealing his family. As to why Aziz chose to kill everyone on Christmas morning is also a mystery. There is some speculation that Aziz's feelings were hurt when he wasn't invited to Mohammed's Christmas Eve party the night before. But again, this is speculation, because the only person who knew what was running through Aziz's head was Aziz himself, and he cannot answer any questions. Sadly, the Grapevine Christmas Day Massacre is just another senseless mass murder. Number 3. William List Jr. William List Jr., who went by BJ, grew up in Martin, Ohio, which is an unincorporated community with a population of about 1,000 people. People started to notice that BJ had behavioral problems after his parents got divorced. After his parents split up, BJ lived with his father, who was also named William List Jr., but he went by the name Bill. In 2001, Bill married a woman named Susan Griffin. Susan had 2 sons of her own, Derek and Devin. Susan tried to run a stable household with firm rules. BJ loathed his stepmother and her rules, so his behavior got worse. In 2002, when BJ was 16, he was on home arrest. One day, his father had to call the police because BJ was threatening to harm himself. When officers arrived at their home, BJ attacked them. He was arrested and charged with assaulting a peace officer. In 2004, the police were called to the family's home 3 times. One time, BJ was drinking alcohol and he got into a fight with his family. He stole his stepbrother's pickup truck and ended up crashing it. Several months later, in October 2004, BJ hit his stepmother, Susan, in the chest. 2 months later, BJ struck Susan with a coffee mug and stole her car keys. BJ and his father would also get into physical fights. Bill loved his son unconditionally and he tried to get him help. In 2007, BJ was placed in a psychiatric hospital. He was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder and bipolar disorder. When BJ was 20, his dad filed for guardianship of him. But after BJ tried to attack his stepmother while she was showering, they decided he couldn't live at home anymore. So Bill arranged for his son to live in a group home for people with mental health issues in Sandusky, Ohio. Bill would pick up BJ for weekend visits. Over several years, the police were called to the group home 3 times because BJ was acting violently. One time they were called because BJ got violent with his father when he was picking him up. Bill told his friends that BJ was fine when he was on his medication. The problem was that BJ's medication would make him feel better, so he didn't feel like he needed the medication, so he would stop taking it. He would then start to drink alcohol and smoke marijuana, and then he would act violently. In the last week of October 2010, Bill picked up BJ at the group home, and then they went to their hunting cabin in Carroll County, Ohio. They spent several days deer hunting. They returned home on the morning of October 30th. That night, the father and son partied with several people. The party broke up around midnight. Bill had drank too much, so he decided not to drive BJ the 40 miles back to his group home. So that night, BJ slept on the couch. That weekend, 16-year-old Devin, Susan's son from her previous marriage, was staying with his father. He returned home on Halloween morning at about 9:30 to change his shirt. That morning, Devin was singing during church services. When he came home, he noticed that BJ was in an upbeat mood and he was talkative. Devin said that was strange because BJ was usually dark and gloomy. BJ asked Devin what he planned on doing and how long would he be gone. Devin thought that this was odd because BJ never really cared what he was doing. After Devin put on a new shirt, he left for church. After church, Devin returned home and he went straight to his bedroom and started playing video games. At around 1:30 that afternoon, Devin noticed that his mother and stepfather had not stirred from their bed. He thought that this was odd. So he went into their bedroom and saw that they were still in bed. Their comforter was pulled up over their heads. Devin started talking to his mother, but she didn't respond. Her foot was sticking out from under the comforter, so he tapped it. He still didn't get a response. He pulled the comforter down and he saw that the pillow was soaked with blood. His initial reaction was that it was a Halloween prank. But he quickly realized that his 46-year-old mother and 53-year-old stepfather were dead. Devin ran out of the house and he called his aunt, who in turn called 911. The police came to the house and they found a third dead body. It was Susan's other son and Devin's brother, 23-year-old Derek Griffin. He was also dead in his bed. The medical examiner determined that Bill Lisk had been shot 5 times in the face and the head at close range. Susan Lisk had been shot 3 times. The murder weapon was a .22 caliber rifle. The medical examiner found evidence that Susan had been sexually assaulted. Derek had been beaten to death with both sides of a claw-toothed hammer. The police immediately had a suspect, 24-year-old BJ Lisk. He was gone, as was Bill's pickup truck. The police went to the family's hunting cabin and they saw the truck parked outside of it. So officers surrounded the cabin. BJ surrendered without resistance. On BJ's clothes, they found blood from his dead family members. BJ was charged with all 3 murders. He initially pleaded not guilty, but then in 2011, he pleaded guilty to all 3 murders. BJ said that he killed his stepbrother first because he thought that the gunshots would wake him up. He then shot his father and then stepmother. He did not talk about sexually assaulting his stepmother. BJ apologized for what he did, although he didn't expect anyone to forgive him. BJ said that he couldn't explain his motive. He said, "I can't really explain why this all happened, but I think it had to do with my mental illness. I still do believe Satan is working for the destruction of our souls." He also said, "I believe it was an eternal struggle with my mental illness and my struggle with the devil." BJ then said he hoped his victims were in a better place. William B.J. Lisk Jr. was handed 3 life sentences without the chance of parole. He was sent to the Ross Correctional Institution in Chillicothe, Ohio, to live out the rest of his life. That turned out to not be very long. On March 31st, 2015, nearly 4.5 years after the murders, 29-year-old William B.J. Lisk Jr. was found dead in his cell. The authorities did not give details about his death other than saying he died from self-inflicted injuries. Number 2. Melvin Johnson. On Halloween night 1984, 9-year-old Teresa Hall and her sister, 7-year-old Patricia Hall, went out trick-or-treating with their 12-year-old cousin, Sherry Gordon. They lived in Decatur, Illinois. The girls and their mothers had recently moved into adjacent apartments in a neighborhood in the northeast area of the city. At about 8 p.m., the 3 girls returned home, but they only stopped in for a few minutes. Then they went back out to get more candy. Hours went by and the girls didn't return home. Their panicked mothers called the police at 11:24 p.m. Teams of police officers searched the neighborhood, but no trace of the girls was found. Then, 2 days after the girls went missing, some construction workers called the police. They were remodeling an apartment in a housing project that was about 1.5 blocks away from where the girls lived. They had found the dead bodies of 12-year-old Sherry Gordon and her 9-year-old cousin, Teresa Hall, in one of the bedrooms. The police looked around the vacant apartment. In a closet, they found 7-year-old Patricia Hall. Patricia was alive. Besides being dehydrated, she was unharmed. The medical examiner determined that Sherry and Teresa had been sexually assaulted. One of them had been strangled to death with an electrical cord, and the other one was strangled with a piece of clothing. Patricia said she didn't remember much about the experience. She said that a tall black man with a beard and a mustache promised them candy and money if they came with him. Patricia called him a mean man. After Patricia was released from the hospital, she was put into foster care for her own protection. She was eventually returned to her mother's custody. Patricia and her mother, and Sherry's mother, moved out of their apartment shortly after the murders for their own safety. The police launched a massive investigation. Within a year, they had interviewed over 2,700 people and given 21 polygraph exams. In total, they had over 2,000 pages of police reports, but no arrests were made. On Halloween 1985, people in the neighborhood threw a party at a youth center and encouraged young people to go to that instead of going trick-or-treating. Years went by and no one was arrested for the brutal double homicide. Over 24 years after the murders, in February 2009, the Decatur Police Department announced that they had identified the girl's killer. His name was Melvin Johnson. However, he couldn't be charged. Johnson had died 5.5 years earlier, in July 2003, at the age of 45. Johnson was living in Austin, Texas when he passed away. He was HIV positive and he died of stomach cancer. Johnson was 26 years old when the girls were murdered. He had a criminal record which included sex crimes involving minors. In 1978, Johnson had been convicted of taking indecent liberties with a child. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison. In the fall of 1984, Johnson was out of prison and he was living in the housing project where the girls were murdered. The police identified him as their killer through a DNA match. The police had tried to get a DNA profile from the evidence for years, but the technology wasn't sophisticated enough. Then, in the summer of 2008, an undiscovered stain was found on Teresa Hall's sweatpants, and DNA experts were finally able to build a profile. It's unclear if Johnson was a suspect or even questioned in the original investigation. What is known is that he was the prime suspect in another murder in Decatur. At about 8:45 p.m. on May 1st, 1988, the police received a phone call from a man who refused to give his name. He wanted to report the bloody murder of a 46-year-old man named John Woods. The police went to the apartment that the caller indicated, and in the bedroom, they found the dead body of John Woods. Woods had been stabbed 14 times. John Woods was divorced and he had a 15-year-old son. He worked for the Decatur School District as a mail carrier. He also worked part-time at the merchandise desk at Kmart. It turned out that Woods was in a sexual relationship with Melvin Johnson. The police wanted to arrest Johnson in the days after the murder, but the district attorney didn't feel like there was enough evidence to charge him. 3 years later, on February 4th, 1991, Melvin Johnson was arrested in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A mother had caught him sexually assaulting her 13-year-old daughter. Johnson was sentenced to 50 months in prison. He ended up being released in December 1995. Upon his release, the authorities took a sample of his DNA. This is how the authorities got his DNA on file. After Johnson was released, he moved to Austin, Texas. In Austin in 2002, he was arrested 3 times over 3 months for theft. In February 2003, he was arrested for aggravated robbery. But by that point, he was already terminally ill. He died before he could go to trial. About 6 months after Melvin Johnson was identified as the killer of the 2 young girls, the police announced that, thanks to DNA matches, they linked Johnson to 2 other murders. One was the May 1988 murder of John Woods. Johnson had been the prime suspect in that crime for decades. Besides the DNA match, Johnson's family also heard the anonymous phone call that reported the murder. They said they were sure it was Johnson's voice. Another unsolved murder Johnson was linked to was the brutal killing of 25-year-old Sandra Hobson. In the spring of 1985, Hobson lived in the same housing project where Johnson lived and where Sherry Gordon and Teresa Hall were murdered. Hobson lived there with her 3 young children. On the morning of April 2, 1985, about 5 months after the girls were murdered, Hobson's 5-year-old son was found walking alone in the housing project. Someone asked him what he was doing, and he said he was going to his grandmother's house because his mother was dead. The police were called, and they found Hobson's new dead body on the couch in her living room. Her son said that he watched the murder. A man held a pillow over her face and suffocated her. Melvin Johnson had not been considered a suspect in the murder of Sandra Hobson until his DNA was identified as being at the crime scene. The police believe that Melvin Johnson may have committed other murders in Decatur and in other cities that he lived. But in the decades since it was revealed that he killed 4 people in Decatur, he has not been linked to any other murders. Number 1. Ronald O'Brien. The O'Brien family lived in Deer Park, Texas. Deer Park is a city in the Houston metro area. Patriarch Ronald O'Brien worked as an optician at a Texas State optical eyeglasses store. He was also a deacon at his church. Ronald lived with his wife, Danny, and their 2 children, Timothy and Elizabeth. On Halloween night 1974, the family went over to a neighbor's home for dinner. Then Ronald took 8-year-old Timothy, 5-year-old Elizabeth, and their neighbor's 2 children out trick-or-treating. When they were done, they went back to their neighbor's home so that the kids could check out their candy. Their friend's 8-year-old son tried to open a pixie stick that belonged to Timothy. Ronald stopped him and told him it was Timothy's candy. Then the O'Briens went home. Back at home, Ronald told Timothy to eat a piece of candy before bed. Timothy initially picked a lollipop, but Ronald told him he didn't have enough time to finish it. He told him to have some of the pixie stick instead. Timothy had problems opening the pixie stick, so Ronald helped him. He then poured some of the pixie stick powder into his mouth. Timothy said it tasted bitter, so Ronald gave him some Kool-Aid to wash it down. He then sent the 8-year-old to bed. A few minutes later, Timothy complained that he didn't feel well. He violently threw up and then started convulsing. Ronald held his firstborn child in his arms, and then Timothy went limp. Timothy was rushed to the hospital, but sadly, he was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. After hearing about his son's death, Ronald started pounding on the walls and asking God why an 8-year-old had to die. His wife noticed that he didn't shed any actual tears. An autopsy revealed that Timothy had died from cyanide poisoning. He had ingested enough cyanide to kill 2 adults. The police determined that the cyanide came from the pixie stick he had eaten. Ronald was asked where Timothy got the pixie stick. Ronald said that someone gave them to him when they were trick-or-treating. He explained that he and the kids went up to a door. No one came to the door, so the kids ran off to the next house. Ronald said that after they left, the door opened a crack and a hand reached out with 5 pixie sticks in it. Ronald said he took the pixie sticks and gave it to his 2 children and his neighbor's 2 children. He gave the 5th pixie stick to another child in the neighborhood. Luckily, Ronald's daughter and his neighbor's children had not eaten the pixie sticks. The parents of the 5th child were notified that their son had possibly been given a poisoned pixie stick. They looked in his candy bag and they couldn't find the pixie stick. His parents became hysterical. They rushed to his bedroom and the boy was in bed. In his hand was the pixie stick. Luckily, he had been unable to open the pixie stick and he fell asleep. The 4 pixie sticks were checked and they all contained deadly amounts of cyanide. The police asked Ronald to show them the house where he got the pixie sticks. They drove him around the neighborhood twice, but he couldn't identify the house. On a 3rd trip around the neighborhood, he picked out a home. But the police were quickly able to clear the resident as a suspect. A few days after the murder, an insurance salesman got in contact with the police. He told them that at the beginning of October, Ronald had taken out a considerably large life insurance policy on his children. The lives of both children were insured for $20,000, but there was a special clause that would pay out double. Timothy's death met that special clause, so the O'Briens were entitled to $40,000. These insurance policies were in addition to a $10,000 policy they already had on each child. In total, if both Timothy and Elizabeth had been murdered, $100,000 would have been paid out to Ronald and Danny. Accounting for inflation, that is about $527,000. The police began to investigate 30-year-old Ronald O'Brien. They found out that he had a terrible time holding down a job. Over the past decade, Ronald had 21 different jobs. He was also $100,000 in debt. This is how much the insurance policies would have paid out if both children had been murdered. At the time of Timothy's murder, Ronald had recently defaulted on several loans from the bank. His car was about to be repossessed, and his family's home was facing foreclosure. Shortly before Halloween, Ronald told several of his friends that his financial troubles would soon be over. A client of the eyeglasses store where Ronald worked was a chemist. The chemist got in contact with the police and told them that Ronald had called him in early September. Ronald had asked him how easy it was to buy cyanide. He also wanted to know if anyone off the street could buy it. He then asked how much cyanide would it take to kill someone. The chemist asked Ronald why he wanted to know that. Ronald didn't give him a reason and then quickly ended the phone call. The police searched the O'Brien home and they found a pocket knife. It had traces of sugar and plastic on it. The police developed a theory as to what happened to Timothy. Ronald was deeply in debt and he thought that the way out of it was through his children's life insurance policies. He somehow managed to get the cyanide. He then used the knife to open the pixie sticks and then he put the cyanide in them. He then resealed them by stapling them closed. Besides the 2 pixie sticks he gave to his children, he also gave them to 3 other children to make it look like some maniac was poisoning random children. On November 5th, 1974, Ronald was arrested and charged with the murder of his 8-year-old son, Timothy. He was also charged with 4 counts of attempted murder. Ronald denied killing his son and he pleaded not guilty. Ronald O'Brien went to trial in May 1975. The trial lasted for 2.5 weeks. Ronald's wife, Danny, testified against him. She said she didn't know that her husband had taken out new life insurance policies on the children. She had been against the original life insurance policies that paid out $10,000 because they didn't have money to spend on something like that. She also said that she was sure that Ronald faked his grief after Timothy died. The jury deliberated for just 46 minutes. They found Ronald guilty on all counts. The same jury deliberated for an hour and 11 minutes regarding his sentence. They decided that Ronald should be executed for his crimes. After the trial, Ronald's wife divorced him. Ronald was given several stays of execution, but by the spring of 1984, it looked like his time was up. In March 1984, 9.5 years after her son was murdered by her husband, Danny gave her first interview since her husband's conviction. She revealed that she remarried in 1980 and she still lived in the Houston area. She said that her daughter had wanted to get in contact with Ronald, but she didn't think it was a good idea, so she didn't allow her to do that. Danny said she didn't think that Ronald was sick or insane, but she said he was a pervert. She also said that she didn't hate him. Instead, she felt nothing towards him. She said that her son's death left a void in her life. She was also entitled to the insurance money from Timothy's death, but she never collected it. She considered it blood money. Danny also said that Ronald's death would be the end of a nightmare and the beginning of a brand new beginning. On death row, Ronald was called the Candyman. Around midnight on March 31st, 1984, 39-year-old Ronald O'Brien was brought into the execution chamber. He had always maintained his innocence. He was given a chance to speak, and he said, "What is about to transpire in a few moments is wrong. However, we as human beings do make mistakes and errors. This execution is one of those wrongs, yet doesn't mean our whole system of justice is wrong. Therefore, I would forgive all who have taken part in any way in my death. Also, to anyone who I have offended in any way during my 39 years, I pray and ask for your forgiveness, just as I forgive anyone who offended me in any way. And I pray and ask God's forgiveness for all of us respectively as human beings." A few minutes later, Ronald O'Brien was executed via lethal injection. In the media, Ronald has been dubbed the man who ruined Halloween or the man who killed Halloween. Since Timothy's death, many parents have been concerned that their children will be poisoned by Halloween candy. It has even become a very well-known urban legend that strangers are handing out poison candy to children. But there has never been a single report of a child dying due to poison candy given to them by a stranger on Halloween. Number 3. Pierre Merson. In the fall of 1996, Pierre Merson was 21 years old and he lived in Thornhill, which is a city in the Greater Toronto area. On Halloween night, Pierre was going out not just to enjoy the festivities, but he was also going out to celebrate recently graduating from a government course. That night, Pierre was dressed in green army fatigues, a green wool hat, an army poncho, and a long black wig. His mother, Norma, dropped him off at the Six Sports Bar in the neighboring city of Richmond Hill. Around 2 a.m., Pierre called his mother, Norma, and asked her to pick him up. She told him she would get him at an intersection near the bar. About 15 minutes after the call, Norma arrived at the intersection, but her son was nowhere to be found. There were other people outside the bar, and the band was loading their equipment onto a truck. Norma asked some of the patrons if they had seen her son. A few people said that they saw him leave a little while ago. Other people thought he had gotten into a taxi. Some other people thought he went to a nearby cafe. Norma went into the bar and looked around. Under a table, she found her son's poncho, but no other trace of Pierre was found in the bar. Norma never saw her son again. She reported him missing that night. In 1997, the police said they had a suspect and they arrested him. However, he was released the same day due to lack of evidence. Pierre's family was devastated by his disappearance. Norma spent countless hours posting missing persons posters. Pierre's brother, Alexander, went door to door asking if anyone had any information about his brother's disappearance. Alexander eventually moved to Florida. Up until the bar permanently closed, the family held annual vigils. Pierre went missing in York Region, and the York Region Police Department only has one cold case investigator. He said that Pierre didn't have any reason to disappear, and his bank account has not been touched since that night. So he doesn't think he chose to disappear on his own accord. Pierre also didn't have any enemies. The investigator thinks that Pierre happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. This makes his case even more difficult because the person responsible for his disappearance probably had no connection to him. They were probably strangers to each other. Investigators believe that Pierre Masson is dead. If he isn't, at the time of this recording, he would be 46 years old. Pierre Masson is described as 5'11", Caucasian male with brown hair and hazel eyes. Number 2. Patricia Spencer and Pamela Hobley. Escoda is an unincorporated area in Michigan. It's situated at the mouth of the Osable River and it's a popular spot for trout fishing. On Halloween Day 1969, Escoda High School received a bomb threat, so the students were sent outside while the school was searched. 2 students, 16-year-old Pamela Hobley and 15-year-old Patricia Spencer, decided to use the opportunity to leave school and skip their afternoon classes. The girls were considered acquaintances, but they weren't close friends. That evening, the high school was holding their homecoming football game, and there was going to be a Halloween party afterward. Both Pamela and Patricia planned on attending the game and the party, but neither of them did, and they did not return home that night. Their families reported them missing. Initially, the police thought that the girls might be runaways, but neither girl brought their purse, identification, or things like extra clothes with them. Also, both girls were close to their families, and they had no reason to run away. When the young women didn't contact their families within days or weeks of their disappearance, the police realized that they may have met with foul play. The investigators tried their best to trace their last steps. A person came forward and he said he gave them a ride to a gas station that was a short distance from the school. The young women were last seen walking on a road not far from the gas station. No one has any idea where they were going. Sadly, the police had very few leads, and it wasn't long before the case went cold. In 1985, 16 years after the girls disappeared, the police received a tip. They said that 2 local men murdered the girls. Then their bodies were buried near a bar that was a popular place for teenagers to have parties. The area was searched with cadaver dogs, but nothing of interest was found. A new investigator took over the case in 2010, 41 years after the young women went missing, but he didn't make much progress. There are simply not enough clues to go on. He said that there is a person of interest, but he did not reveal his identity or why he is considered a person of interest. Most people believe that the wrong person or persons picked the girls up. They were murdered, and then their bodies were disposed of. The families of the two young women have accepted that they are probably dead. They are still hoping to get closure by finding out who killed them and what he, she, or they did to their bodies. It's been 52 years since Patricia Spencer and Pamela Hobley disappeared. If they are alive today, Patricia would be 67 and Pamela would be 68. Number 1. Hyun Jung Song. Hyun Jung Song was born on February 25, 1980 in South Korea. In 1995, she moved to Springfield, Virginia to live with relatives. In the United States, she adopted the name Cindy. She graduated from high school and then enrolled at the Pennsylvania State University. She was majoring in integrative arts. On Halloween night 2001, Song, who was 21, went to a bar called Players Nightclub. She was wearing bunny ears, a pink sleeveless shirt with a picture of a rabbit on it, and a white tennis skirt with a cotton button tail on the back of it. Song left the bar at about 2 a.m. and then she went to a friend's home. She stayed there for at least 90 minutes. Then sometime between 3:30 and 4 a.m., one of Song's friends dropped her off at her residence on campus. Then 21-year-old Hyun Jung Song vanished into thin air. 3 days after she was last seen, Song's friends reported her missing. The police searched her room. They did not find any signs of forced entry or a struggle. They found Song's cell phone and it had been turned off. There were no incoming or outgoing calls around the time she disappeared. Her purse with her credit cards, driver's license, and keys were missing. None of her friends had any idea who would want to hurt her. She didn't have any enemies or personal problems. Her friends said that she wasn't depressed, so they doubted that she would have taken her own life. There are several theories regarding what happened to Song. One is that she was kidnapped from her residence. Another theory is that she walked to a nearby store and she was kidnapped along the way. Months after Song disappeared, at the end of January 2002, the police announced that the case was inactive because there was no new leads to pursue. 2 years later, the police got a promising lead. The police in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, were investigating a home invasion. They narrowed in on a suspect, Paul Weekly. Weekly admitted that he and his partner, 30-year-old Hugo Slinsky, a convicted bank robber, committed the home invasion. Weekly told the police that Slinsky had a property in Kingston Township, Pennsylvania. He said that 5 bodies were buried on the property. The police went to the property and they found the remains of 5 people. Weekly told the police that Slinsky used to be involved in criminal activity with another man named Michael Kurkowski. Kurkowski had been a pharmacist, but he had been arrested and convicted of selling painkillers without a prescription. Weekly said that early on November 1, 2001, Slinsky and Kurkowski were cruising around the campus where Song lived. Slinsky saw Song walking and thought that she was a prostitute, so they grabbed her. They ended up locking her in a walk-in safe, and she died a few days later. DNA testing was done on the bodies found buried on Slinsky's property. None of the remains were Hyun Jung Song. The police were not able to ask Michael Kurkowski if the accusations were true. One of the 5 bodies that they recovered was his body. On May 3, 2002, Slinsky and Weekly went to Kurkowski's home. Kurkowski's girlfriend, 36-year-old Tammy Lynn Fassett, was there. They got Kurkowski and Fassett inside and they bound them. They beat and tortured Kurkowski until he revealed the location of the money from the sales of the painkillers. Then they used plastic ties to strangle 37-year-old Michael Kurkowski and 36-year-old Tammy Lynn Fassett. Then they were buried on Slinsky's property. Two other bodies that were buried on the property were 29-year-old Frank James and 22-year-old Adayi Keeler. Weekly said that on May 14, 2003, Slinsky and another man, 33-year-old Pat Russin, robbed them and then shot them to death with shotguns. Then their bodies were burned in a pit, and then the remains were buried on the property. The police have never publicly identified the fifth body that was buried on the property. Hugo Slinsky was charged with 4 counts of murder, in addition to the charges stemming from the January 2003 home invasion. On October 10, 2003, Slinsky and another inmate managed to escape from jail by climbing down a rope made from bedsheets. Slinsky turned himself in 3 days later. A month later, Pat Russin pleaded guilty to 2 counts of third-degree homicide. He was sentenced to 10 to 20 years in prison. In February 2006, Hugo Slinsky went to trial for the murders of the 2 drug dealers, Frank James and Adayi Keeler. The trial lasted 2 weeks. Slinsky was acquitted in the murder of James, and the jury was deadlocked when it came to the murder of Keeler. He was convicted of abusing their corpses. In June 2008, Paul Weekly was sentenced to life in prison for his role in the murder of Michael Grukowski and Tammy Lynn Fassett. In July 2009, Slinsky was found guilty regarding all the charges from the January 2003 home invasion. In September 2009, he was sentenced to 32.5 years to 65 years of prison. Finally, in January 2015, Slinsky went to trial for the murders of Michael Grukowski and Tammy Lynn Fassett. He was ultimately found guilty of both murders. He was sentenced to life in prison. Hugo Slinsky has never said if he was involved in the disappearance of Hung Young Song. Paul Weekly said that Slinsky told him that he buried her body in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. The police said they have not confirmed what Weekly told them about Song's disappearance. They did say that he was truthful and accurate in everything else that he told them, so they have no reason to doubt him. As a result, the police think that Hugo Slinsky is a viable suspect in Song's disappearance. 48-year-old Hugo Slinsky is currently serving his sentence at the State Correctional Institution at Fayette in LaBelle, Pennsylvania. If Hung Young Cindy Song is still alive at the time of this video, she will be 41 years old. Number 3. Terry Lynn Hollis. In the autumn of 1972, Terry Lynn Hollis was 11 years old. She lived in Torrance, California with her parents and her 3 siblings. On Thanksgiving afternoon, she was riding her bike in front of her family's home. When it was time to come inside, her family discovered that she was missing. Hours later, she was reported missing. Throughout the night, the police searched for her, but no trace of Terry was found. The next morning, her partially clad body was found about 60 miles east of her home. Her body was on some rocks at the bottom of an embankment beside the ocean. Had it been high tide, the water would have been above the rocks. The medical examiner determined that Terry had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. A massive investigation was launched. Several people said that they saw Terry riding her bike with a man shortly after she was last seen in front of her home. Their descriptions resulted in this sketch. The man was described as being between the ages of 18 and 24. He was about 5'9" to 6 feet tall, and he weighed 180 to 200 pounds. The detectives questioned over 2,000 people. In February 1974, about 15 months after the murder, the police arrested a 20-year-old man and charged him with Terry's murder. But a few months later, the charges were dropped. Neither the police nor the district attorney's office explained what evidence led to the man being charged or why the charges were dismissed. Decades went by and no other arrests were made. Terry's parents and two of her siblings passed away without ever finding out who killed her. Then, in September 2018, 47 years after the murder, the police made a major announcement. Using the killer's DNA, Parabon Nanolabs found a relative of the killer. Then they traced the killer's family tree with public genealogy databases, and they narrowed it down to a single suspect. They said that Terry's killer was a man named Jake Edward Brown. Brown had died 16 years earlier in 2003 in Arizona at the age of 66. The police had his body exhumed and a DNA sample was taken. It was a match to the DNA of Terry's killer. Jake Brown would have been 36 years old at the time of Terry's murder. The police had very little information about Brown's past. For example, they don't know where he was living at the time of the murder. He may have been a drifter, or he could have been passing through Torrance. Brown also used different aliases. For example, his birth name was Thomas Tracy Burham. What is known is that Jake Brown had a criminal record. He had been arrested for narcotics and robbery. In April 1973, 5 years after Terry's murder, he was arrested for rape. He was arrested again for rape a year later, in April 1974. However, it's not known what the results of those arrests were. The police said they are investigating the possibility that Brown was responsible for other murders. Over 10 years before Terry was killed, there were two very similar kidnappings in Torrance. On August 18, 1961, 11-year-old Karen Lynn Tompkins disappeared on her way home from school. Her body has never been found. 11 months later, on July 3, 1963, 11-year-old Dorothy Gale Brown was riding her bike close to her mobile home in Torrance. At some point, her parents realized she was missing and they got in contact with the police. The area was searched and her bike was found abandoned not far from where she had been riding it. The next morning, a skin diver found Dorothy's body in the ocean about 40 miles southwest of where she was last seen. She had been sexually assaulted and the cause of death was drowning. The police immediately suspected that Dorothy and Karen's murders were connected. Both victims were 11 years old and they both had blonde hair. They lived and were kidnapped within blocks of each other. Their murders were still unsolved when Terry was killed. People immediately recognized the similarities between all three crimes. Terry was also 11 years old and she had light hair. Like Karen, Terry had been kidnapped while she was riding her bike in front of her home. Karen's body was found in the ocean about 40 miles southeast of where she was last seen. Terry's body was dumped about 60 miles west of her home. Her body was dumped on an embankment beside the ocean. Had it been high tide, her body would have been in the water. Both dump sites are close to California State Route Number 1. Finally, Terry lived about 5 miles from the other two girls. A major difference between the crimes is that Karen and Dorothy's murders happened a decade before Terry was killed. Jake Brown would have been in his mid-20s when the earlier murders happened. But it's unknown where Brown was living when these murders happened. Since announcing Jake Brown killed Terry Hollis in September 2019, the police have not made any further announcements regarding other crimes he may have committed. Number 2. Paul Marriage. Paul Marriage was born in September 1974. 2 years later, his mother gave birth to a set of twin daughters, Lisa and Carla. For high school, Paul attended a private school in Miami, Florida. Paul was a bright young man, and he was involved in the school's athletics. He played football, baseball, and soccer. When he graduated, he was third in his class. His plan was to attend the University of Miami and eventually become a doctor. Paul was accepted into his university of choice and he started attending classes. But then, when Paul was 19, he had a mental breakdown. He suffered from severe depression. He was also diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder. This led to him dropping out of school. Because of his OCD, Paul would repeatedly shower and shave. He also had problems making decisions. His OCD made it difficult for him to hold down jobs. Another problem was that Paul wouldn't take his medication regularly. Before Paul had his breakdown, he seemed to have a good relationship with his family. But afterward, his family feared him. In 2006, his sister, Carla, filed a restraining order against him because he had threatened to kill her. However, she had the order dropped 3 weeks later. In the lead-up to Thanksgiving 2009, Paul kept asking his parents what the plans were for the holiday. They told him that year the family's Thanksgiving get-together was being hosted by Jim and Muriel Sitton. Muriel was Paul's cousin. They lived in a gated community in Jupiter, Florida. On Thanksgiving afternoon, Paul called his mother, Carol, who was already at the gathering, and he told her that he was on his way. Carol said to her daughter, Lisa Knight, "I hope he doesn't come and kill us all tonight." Lisa told her mother that she had the same fear. When Paul arrived, there were 16 family members at the gathering. For 3 hours, the family celebrated. They ate and sang songs around the piano. 35-year-old Paul joined in all the activities, and no one knows anything off about him. At one point, Paul slipped away from the party and went out to his car. What the family didn't know was that Paul had 6 guns he had recently purchased in his car. When Paul returned to the party, he shot his twin sisters, 33-year-old Lisa Knight and 33-year-old Carla Marriage. Lisa was pregnant. Paul also shot Lisa's husband, Patrick Knight. Paul then shot his 76-year-old aunt, Ramon Joseph, in the shoulder, and she fell to the floor. Her husband tried to cover her body and stop the bleeding. Paul walked up to his aunt, held a gun to her sternum, and shot her again. He then aimed the gun at his uncle and pulled the trigger twice. But the gun didn't fire either time. Paul walked away from his uncle and said, "I've been waiting 20 years to do this." Paul then went into the bedroom of 6-year-old Michaela Sitton. Michaela was the daughter of the hosts, Muriel and Jim, and she was asleep in her bed. Paul shot her once and then started to walk out of the room. But then he turned around and shot her twice more to make sure she was dead. Paul shot another one of his cousins, but he was just grazed. After the shooting, Paul fled the scene. First responders raced to the site. Unfortunately, it was too late to save 33-year-old Lisa Knight, 33-year-old Carla Marriage, 76-year-old Ramon Joseph, and 6-year-old Michaela Sinton. For 3 months, Patrick Knight was in a medically induced coma. The doctors did not believe he was going to survive. But against all odds, he did survive. There was a massive manhunt, but the authorities couldn't find Paul Marriage. On January 2, 2010, 5 weeks after the deadly shooting, a man named Paul Paff was watching football on TV. Paff owned a motel in Long Key, Florida, which is about 180 miles from Jupiter. As he was watching football, he noticed a promo for that evening's episode of America's Most Wanted. Paff immediately recognized the man they were profiling on that episode, Paul Marriage. Paul had been staying in Paff's motel. He had checked in on December 2nd, 6 days after the murders. Paff checked the America's Most Wanted website, and after looking at some photos, he was sure that the man staying at the motel was Paul Marriage. So he called the America's Most Wanted hotline and told them to send the police immediately. Within hours of his call, Paul Marriage was arrested. In October 2011, the district attorney announced that Paul accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted murder. He received life without parole instead of the death penalty. No one is precisely sure why Paul Marriage went on his murderous rampage. Some people believe he killed his sisters to punish his parents. After the rampage, Michaela's parents, Jim and Mariel Sin, along with Patrick Knight, sued Paul Marriage's parents. They claimed that they knew that their son was dangerous, and yet they still secretly invited him to the get-together. Paul's parents filed their own lawsuit against the parents of the murdered girl. They blamed the rampage on them because they allowed Paul into their home. Their lawsuit claimed had they never let him in, the rampage would have never happened. In the end, all the lawsuits were dismissed. At the time of this video, 46-year-old Paul Marriage is serving a sentence at the Lake Correctional Institute in Claremont, Florida. Tragically, this was not the only mass murder the family experienced. Selwa Marriage Abrams, who is Paul's father's sister, had been a popular opera singer. But she gave up her career as an opera singer to be a homemaker. Selwa had been married to a pilot named James Abrams, and they had 2 children together, Jack and Melissa Ann. In September 1972, after 19 years of marriage, Selwa and James separated. On July 15, 1973, their divorce was finalized. The next day, James came to Selwa's home to pick up 14-year-old Jack and 10-year-old Melissa Ann. They were going out to buy scuba diving equipment. As Jack and Melissa Ann were sitting in the car, Selwa had 45-year-old James come into the master bedroom. She shot him 4 times in the chest with a .38 caliber revolver. Selwa then got her son Jack from the car and led him into the bedroom. She shot her son twice. Selwa reloaded the gun and then got her 10-year-old daughter from the car. She took Melissa Ann into a different bedroom and shot her as well. After Selwa shot her ex-husband and her children, she swallowed a lot of barbiturates. She fell into a coma. When the police arrived at the home, James, Jack, and Melissa Ann were all dead. Selwa, who was 43, survived for 5 days in the coma before she passed away. Number 1. Omaima Nelson. In the fall of 1991, William Nelson was 56 years old. He lived in Costa Mesa, California. William had been a pilot, but in 1984, he was convicted of smuggling marijuana. He was sent to a federal penitentiary. He was released from prison in July 1991. After he was released, he got a job as a computer programmer and a messenger at a computer company. One night in the fall of 1991, William went out to a bar to play pool. At the bar, he met 23-year-old Nema Steinbruch. Nema was born in Egypt in 1968. Throughout her childhood, Nema experienced horrible physical and sexual abuse. When she was a teenager, she married an American man. She immigrated to the United States in 1986. Not long after moving to the United States, Nema left her husband. She dated older men who would lavish her with gifts and money. She wouldn't usually stay with any man for very long. Some of her ex-boyfriends said she was into rough and violent sex. In some cases, she stole money from the men she dated. Nema eventually got work as a model and a nanny. After meeting in the bar, William and Nema started dating. Within days of meeting each other, they were married. However, it does not appear that the marriage was legal because William was still married to his previous wife. Nevertheless, the couple had a short honeymoon. They drove out to the Midwest and they visited William's family. In the lead up to Thanksgiving 1991, the couple purchased some turkey and vegetables for their first Thanksgiving dinner together. William left work on Wednesday, November 27, 1991 for the long weekend, and his co-workers and boss noticed nothing off about him. That night, a neighbor of the couple heard some odd sounds coming from their apartment. It sounded like someone was doing a lot of chopping. Over the next 2 days, it sounded like the garbage disposal was running nearly non-stop. On Sunday afternoon, Nema left the apartment building in William's Corvette. She drove over to a friend's home and showed her friend a garbage bag in the car. It had human organs wrapped in newspaper. Nema asked her friend what was the best way to dispose of them. Her friend called the police and officers came to the apartment. Nema was taken into custody and the police searched her apartment. They were horrified by what they found. In some plastic bags and suitcases, they found more human remains. In the freezer was a badly mutilated human head. In the deep fryer, there was human hands. In the trash, mixed with some turkey and Thanksgiving Day vegetables, the police found some more human remains. It's believed that Nema tried to disguise the remains by making it look like it was part of the Thanksgiving dinner. The next morning, Nema was arrested and charged with murder. She went to trial a year later in December 1992. She pleaded not guilty. Nema testified on her own behalf. She admitted to killing her husband, but she said she acted in self-defense. She claimed that William was horribly abusive. He demanded sex 3 times a day, and if she didn't give in, he would beat her and rape her. After they got married, they traveled to the Midwest to visit William's family. Nema said she had a new kitten with her. She said that on the drive back, William demanded oral sex, and she said no. Nema claimed that William picked up the kitten and threw it out the window. He then threatened to leave her on the roadside. Omaima said she stayed with William because he always apologized after he said or did something horrible. Omaima testified that on the night before Thanksgiving, William tied her to a bed and raped her. Afterward, he freed her from her restraints. Omaima said that this was the last straw. She grabbed a pair of scissors and started stabbing William. She thought that this would kill him, but it didn't. So she picked up a clothes iron and beat him until he stopped breathing. After that, Omaima said she went into a trance and dismembered the body and tried to mutilate it in a way to make sure it couldn't be identified. A psychiatrist who talked to Omaima after she was arrested testified. He had been a psychiatrist for 20 years, and he said he had never seen anything so bizarre, so psychotic. The psychiatrist said that Omaima told him that she dressed up to dismember her husband. She put on red lipstick, a red hat, and a pair of red high-heel shoes. The psychiatrist also said that Omaima said to him, "I did his ribs just like in a restaurant." Afterwards, she sat at the table with his ribs and said to herself, "It's so sweet, it's so delicious, I like mine tender." Omaima later denied consuming any of her husband. A detective testified, and he said that about 130 pounds of William were not recovered. Two of Omaima's ex-boyfriends testified that Omaima tied them up and threatened them with a weapon. She then stole money from them. The district attorney contended that Omaima didn't kill William because he was abusive. Instead, she killed him because she wanted his money. Supposedly, William had money from his drug smuggling days. But the police didn't find any money in the couple's apartment. Omaima denied stealing any of the money. Omaima's trial was about a month long. The jury deliberated for 6 days. The jury found Omaima Nelson not guilty of first-degree murder, but they did find her guilty of second-degree murder. Omaima Nelson was sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. In prison, Omaima has been a problematic inmate. She has refused to take any classes or do anything regarding her rehabilitation. Contraband has been found in her cell several times. She has gotten into physical altercations with correctional officers and her fellow inmates. So it wasn't surprising to anyone that she was denied parole in 2006 and 2011. In prison, Omaima married an elderly man she knew at the time of William's murder. He died, and he left her a sizable inheritance. Omaima Nelson is currently incarcerated at the California Institution for Women in Chino, California. She'll be able to apply for parole again in 2026. She'll be 58 years old. Number 3. Michael Vernon. On December 20th, 1995, plenty of people were out Christmas shopping in the Bronx, New York. One of those people was 22-year-old Michael Vernon. He was out looking for a new pair of boots. So he went to Little Chester Shoes, which was a store near the Bronx Zoo. He asked to try on a pair of size 13.5 boots. The clerk went back into the stock room to get his size. The clerk returned and told Vernon that a pair of 13.5 size boots wasn't available. So Vernon pulled out a 9mm handgun and he started shooting everyone in the store. By the time he was done, 5 people were dead and 3 were injured. Among the dead were 38-year-old Maria Carricito, her sons, 13-year-old Ricardo Gonzalez, and 12-year-old Rafael Gonzalez, the shop owner's wife, 41-year-old Kwang Bei, and 25-year-old Henry Lucero Linga, who happened to be shopping in the store. Rafael Gonzalez had Yak Back on him, which is a recording toy. It recorded 8 seconds of the shooting. On the recording, you can hear the 12-year-old boy begging for his life. Juan Dones, a store clerk, was wounded but survived. However, he was left blind and paralyzed. Vernon had lighter fluid and matches on him, and he was planning on burning the store down. But police officers responded to the shooting and Vernon ran. He eventually got into a shootout with the police. Vernon was injured and then arrested. He survived his gunshot wound. Vernon was charged with 5 counts of murder and 4 counts of attempted murder. Michael Vernon went to trial in September 1997. Vernon's lawyer pointed out that Vernon had mental health issues. He had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and he was also developmentally delayed. He did not take his medication. Instead, he used cocaine and marijuana. The prosecution said that Vernon was mentally capable enough to buy a gun, conceal it, and then methodically shoot 8 people. The trial lasted for 7 weeks. Vernon was found guilty on all charges. In November 1997, he was sentenced to life without parole. According to the New York State Department of Correction and Community, Michael Vernon is no longer in the prison system. In September 2002, he was transferred to another agency. His current whereabouts have not been made public. At the time of this video, Michael Vernon is 48 years old. Number 2. Alexis Valdez. In the summer of 2013, 18-year-old Alexis Valdez moved into the apartment his aunt shared with her boyfriend, Sylvester Diaz Hernandez, in Chicago, Illinois. He was allowed to live with them as long as he was going to school, worked, and contributed to the household bills. But by the winter of that year, he had stopped going to work and he had not contributed to the bills. So he was asked to move out. On Christmas Eve 2013, 18-year-old Valdez was home alone and he was drinking. His aunt was at a Christmas party and her boyfriend, 41-year-old Sylvester Diaz Hernandez, was out visiting family. When Diaz Hernandez returned home, he discovered there was no beer in the apartment. He asked Valdez to come to the drugstore with him to get some more. Valdez agreed. But before they left, Valdez hid a hammer behind the apartment door. They went to the drugstore and discovered it was closed, so they returned to the apartment. Diaz Hernandez entered first, and then Valdez followed him. Valdez picked up the hammer and then hit Diaz Hernandez on the head. When he fell to the ground, Valdez got on top of him and hit him at least 10 more times. He then covered the apartment's windows and put on some loud music. He then set to work mutilating and dismembering the body with a butcher knife. He removed the ears, nose, and lips and decapitated him. He also cut off his left arm. He then put the head, ears, and nose on his aunt's pillow. He wanted to leave it there for his aunt as a Christmas present. But after killing and mutilating Diaz Hernandez, he was exhausted, so he called 911. The 911 operator asked if he had performed CPR, and Valdez laughed. He said that the person he was calling about had been decapitated. Valdez then went out in front of the apartment building with an iPad. When an officer arrived, he found Valdez covered in blood, playing on the iPad. The officer asked Valdez what was going on, and Valdez said, "Shouldn't you arrest me before you question me?" The officer asked him why he would arrest him, and he said because he had killed someone and the body was in the apartment. Valdez was then arrested for murder. He told the police that had his aunt been home, he would have killed her as well. In February 2017, Alexis Valdez pleaded guilty to murder with intent to kill. He was sentenced to 33 years in prison. Currently, 26-year-old Alexis Valdez is serving his sentence at the Dixon Correctional Center in Dixon, Illinois. The earliest he can be released on parole is December 2046, when he's 51 years old. Number 1. William Wallace. At Christmas time 2011, 26-year-old Zazzle Preston lived with her husband, 29-year-old William Wallace, in Anaheim, California. They had been together for about 3 years. Zazzle had 2 daughters from other relationships who were 8 and 3 years old. She and Wallace also had a son who was just 7 weeks old. Zazzle was enrolled in college. She was just weeks away from graduating. She was planning on becoming a domestic violence counselor. She also volunteered at a women's shelter. Unfortunately, Zazzle herself was a victim of horrible domestic abuse. Wallace had a hair-trigger temper and would physically assault Zazzle. Some of her family members received phone calls from her while she was hiding from Wallace, or she would call them after she suffered a severe beating. She had tried to escape from him several times, but she was never successful getting away. On Christmas Eve 2011, Zazzle and Wallace went to a Christmas party at a neighbor's home. They came back to the apartment and got into an argument. Then Wallace pushed Zazzle and she fell through a glass coffee table. Wallace had Zazzle's oldest daughter help him pick glass out of her skin. Then Wallace carried her to the washroom. In the washroom, he dropped her and she hit her head on the toilet. After cleaning her up, Wallace moved Zazzle to the bedroom. Zazzle's daughter said that her mother's body was cold when he moved her into the bedroom. The next morning, the children got up for Christmas. It's believed that 26-year-old Zazzle Preston was dead at this point. Wallace dragged Zazzle's body and propped her up on the couch and put sunglasses on her. He told the children, "Mommy ruined Christmas. She got drunk and ruined Christmas." The children then proceeded to open presents in front of their dead mother. At 9:30 a.m., after the presents were opened, Wallace called 911. Wallace was arrested for murder. William Wallace didn't end up going to trial for nearly 10 years. In March 2011, he was found guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 15 years to life. He had been credited with 10 years because he had been in jail awaiting his trial, so he'll be eligible for parole in May 2024. He is currently serving a sentence at the North Kern State Prison in Delano, California. Number 3. Nick and Demetra G. Tran. Nick and Demetra G. Tran were married in 1913. After they were married, they immigrated from Greece to the United States. For many years, they ran a hotel in Menominee, Wisconsin. In the 1950s, they retired and moved to Clearwater, Florida to live out their golden years. In Clearwater, they made friends with several other people who had immigrated from Greece. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1968, a neighbor went to their home to drop off a gift. No one answered the door, so the neighbor looked through the living room window. They saw the couple, dressed in their PJs, lying in a pool of blood. So the neighbor called the police. Both had been beaten in the head with a blunt object. 74-year-old Demetra was dead. 82-year-old Nick was still alive but unconscious. He was rushed to the hospital. In the hospital, the police questioned him, but his answers were incoherent because of the severity of his head injuries. Nick died 2 days after arriving in the hospital. The police believe that the couple was killed during a robbery. The G-Tran's house had been ransacked. Dimitra's jewelry box was found empty. The police thought that the couple had been attacked around 4 a.m. on the day their bodies were found. There didn't appear to be any signs of a struggle, so the police surmised that the killer was young and agile and was quickly able to dispatch with the victims. The police looked around for the murder weapon, but they never found it. They aren't sure what the killer used to beat the elderly couple to death, but they thought it might have been a flashlight. It turned out that another elderly couple who lived near the G-Trans were robbed that night, but they were left unharmed. Also, shortly before the murders, there had been 2 home invasions within walking distance of the G-Trans home. In both cases, an elderly female resident was raped and her home was burglarized. After those 2 home invasions, the police said that they were worried that the perpetrator might kill someone in his next home invasion. So while the police thought that the G-Trans murders might be connected to the other home invasions, they had no evidence to prove that the same man committed all 3 crimes. Today, the murders of the G-Trans are considered cold. In 2019, the police said that the evidence was examined for DNA, but the police said they did not find anything that benefited their investigation. However, they still hold out hope that even after 53 years, advances in DNA technology will eventually lead to the killer being identified. The murders of Nick and Dimitra G-Tran are Clearwater Police Department's oldest unsolved homicides. Number 2. Blaine Hector. In the winter of 2001, Blaine Hector was 30 years old. He lived in Milford, New Hampshire with his wife and 2 children. He was a devoted stay-at-home dad. 10 years earlier, Blaine had been enrolled at Norwich University in Vermont. Blaine had 3 older brothers, and one of them, Wade Hector, was a specialist with the New Hampshire National Guard. In early 1991, Wade was stationed in Saudi Arabia during Desert Storm. In February 1991, Wade, who was 22, was killed when the truck he was traveling in was forced off the road by Saudi civilians. Blaine was deeply affected by the loss of his brother. He became depressed. He ended up dropping out of school. He sought help from a doctor, but he ended up leaving halfway through the first session. On Christmas Eve 2001, 30-year-old Blaine showed up at his father's home in Cornish, New Hampshire. He was driving a Saab that he said he was thinking of buying. Suddenly, a police officer in a cruiser pulled up to the house. When Blaine saw the cruiser, he ran into the woods behind his father's home. The officer informed Blaine's father that the dealership owner had reported the car stolen. After running into the forest, Blaine vanished. Everyone assumed he would return home for Christmas, or at the very least, call. His friends and family never heard from him again. Police officers from 3 towns, sheriff's deputies, state police, and K-9 units looked for him in the woods. They found absolutely no trace of him. Blaine's family said he was an experienced outdoorsman, but when he ran into the woods, he had nothing on him except for the clothes on his back. A few months after Blaine went missing, a helicopter flew over the area looking for any traces of a camp or Blaine's body. But once again, nothing was found. Years went by and no one heard from Blaine. His wife divorced him on the grounds of abandonment. In 2004, Blaine's father lost his battle to cancer. People thought that if Blaine were still alive, he would show up for his father's funeral. So the police watched the funeral. But Blaine didn't show up. In the 10 years since Blaine went missing, there has been no activity on his Social Security account or his bank account. Many questions surround the case. For example, why did a stay-at-home dad suddenly steal a car from a lot? Did he ever leave the forest? If so, where did he go? Did he start a new life somewhere else? Did he accidentally hurt himself and die? Or did he die by suicide? If he died, then where is his body? Did he kill himself or run away to start a new life instead of facing the consequences of stealing a car? That seems a bit extreme, and the police are not entirely convinced he disappeared over the stolen car. Blaine's family does not believe he's dead. They think he went to another country, like Canada, and started a new life. His mother believes that he does not want to be found. There is currently an outstanding warrant for his arrest for stealing the car. If Blaine Hector is still alive, he's 40 years old at the time of this video. He's 6'2" and has blue eyes. He has a scar on his abdomen and a mole on his left thigh. When he disappeared, he weighed around 190 pounds and he had brown hair. Number 1. Latricia White, Lee Walker Hagen, and Chance Walker Hagen. In 1993, 38-year-old Latricia White was living with her boyfriend, 40-year-old Lee Walker Hagen, in Lockhart, Texas. They had been living together for about 6 months. Latricia was recently divorced and she had 2 children. She worked as a nurse at Central Texas Medical Center. Lee, who went by Dub, was also divorced. A week before Christmas in 1993, his 9-year-old son, Chance, came to visit. On December 23rd, a friend was visiting them. Latricia and Dub got into a heated argument. It ended with Dub and Chance packing their bags and leaving. The next day, which was Christmas Eve, Chance called his mother and asked if he could stay longer with his father. She agreed, and they said they would arrange for a time for him to come home later. On the day after Christmas, Dub, Latricia, and Chance were all seen eating dinner together at a restaurant, so it's assumed Dub and Latricia had made up. Latricia was supposed to work the next day, which was December 27th. She didn't show up for work or call to say she wasn't coming in. Latricia was usually very reliable, so her coworkers became concerned. They called her father, who went to her home to check on her. He found his 38-year-old daughter dead in her bedroom. She had been shot 6 times in the head. He immediately called the police. The crime scene was odd because, besides the incredibly violent murder, nothing in the house was disturbed. There were no signs of a break-in or forced entry. Nothing was out of place and nothing had been stolen. The only things that were missing were Dub and Chance. It was immediately suspected that Dub snapped and killed Latricia and then fled. But where he went, no one knew. 3 days after Latricia was murdered, Dub's pickup truck was found abandoned in Austin, Texas, about 30 miles from the crime scene. The area where it was found had a high crime rate. In the truck was Dub's hunting rifle, which had not been fired. Also in the truck was his wallet and his checkbook. In the back seat were some Christmas presents. Some had been opened and others hadn't, but they were all streaked with blood. The police tested the blood and they knew it wasn't Latricia's blood. However, when they compared the blood to Dub or Chance, the results were inconclusive. A detective said the amount of blood indicated that someone was injured, but not lethally. After that, the trail for Dub and his son Chance went cold. There are 2 main theories on what happened to Dub and Chance. One is that Dub killed Latricia and fled to parts unknown where he and his son started a new life. Or Dub also killed Chance, hid his body, and fled the area. Another possibility is that Dub killed Chance and then himself. Latricia's family believes that Dub killed Latricia, but they have no idea what happened to him afterward. The other main theory is that Latricia was killed by someone else, and Dub and Chance are victims of the same person or people. This is what Dub's family believes. Latricia's family does not believe that this theory makes much sense. If Dub was killed in the home, why would they move his considerably larger body and leave Patricia's behind? Or why would they kill Latricia and take Dub, who was 6 feet tall and weighed 240 pounds? He would have been the bigger threat and would have been better to eliminate him quickly. Initially, the police and the FBI believed the first theory, Dub killed Latricia. So there is currently a warrant out for his arrest. There is one eerie side note to this case. About 4 months after Dub and Chance disappeared, Chance's maternal grandfather received a strange phone call. It sounded like the caller was a little boy, and he said, "Help me." He was sure it was his grandson, but it's never been confirmed if it was his grandson or just a vicious prank. The police have routinely reviewed the case. In 2016, they said they have evidence that Lee and Chance were victims of foul play. They believe it was a crime of passion committed by someone close to the victims. The police did not say what the evidence was, nor did they identify any suspects. So after 28 years, the case is considered cold. If Dub Walker Hagen is alive today, he would be 68 years old, and Chance would be 37. Number 3. Connie Villa. Casa Grande is a city in Arizona between Phoenix and Tucson. In 2013, 35-year-old Connie Villa lived in an apartment in the city that has a population of around 50,000. Connie and her ex-husband, Adam Villa, had 3 children together. They were 8, 5, and 3. Connie had a daughter from another relationship, 13-year-old Honorio Macias. Connie and Adam were married in 2005 and they divorced in 2012. On Christmas Day 2013, all the children were at Connie's apartment. Connie convinced Adam to come over to the apartment. When Adam got there, Connie stabbed him in the upper torso several times. Adam managed to fight Connie off and ran from the apartment. He called 911 as he drove to the hospital. Police rushed to the apartment and forced their way in. Connie was holding a knife to her chest and she was bleeding from the torso. Her 3 youngest children were lying next to her. The police were able to take Connie into custody. They took her and the 3 children to the hospital. In the bathroom, they found the dead body of Connie's oldest daughter, 13-year-old Honorio Macias. However, there were no obvious signs of trauma. The other 3 children had ingested a prescription opiate drug and they were revived. Adam survived his stab wounds. Connie had superficial wounds and she was released from the hospital on December 29th. She was immediately arrested for first-degree murder. Connie told the police that she was worried that Adam would get custody of the children and she would rather kill everyone than have that happen. She forced the children to take the drugs, but Honorio refused to take the drugs. So she smothered Honorio with her bare hands. In July 2017, Connie Villa pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life without parole plus 155.5 years for the other charges. Currently, 45-year-old Connie Villa is incarcerated at ASPC Perryville Santa Cruz Unit in Goodyear, Arizona. Connie has caused problems since being incarcerated. Between 2018 and 2021, she incurred 10 violations, which include fighting and disorderly conduct. Number 2. Mona Nelson. In December 2010, 12-year-old Jonathan Foster lived in Houston, Texas, with his mother, Angela Davis, and her roommate, Sharon Amorado. Angela and Jonathan had moved in with Amorado on December 14, 2010, after Angela split up with Jonathan's stepfather, David Davis. Jonathan had spent most of his life living in Missouri with his uncle. His mother had problems with drug addiction. She eventually got her life back on track, and in November 2010, Jonathan moved in with her and David. Angela claims that she left David because he had slapped Jonathan across the face. They moved into a small duplex next to their apartment complex. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve 2010, Jonathan was home alone. Both Angela and Anmarado were working that day. Around 1:45 p.m., David checked on Jonathan. He was playing video games and watching TV. While at work, Angela was told by a colleague that her son had called that morning. He wanted Anmarado's phone number. Before Angela could call back, a woman called the office and asked for Angela. She said it was an emergency. But when Angela got to the phone, there was no one there. Angela was worried, so she decided to go home. As she drove home, she called the home phone several times, but no one answered. She pulled into the neighborhood, and finally someone picked up. It was a woman, and Angela didn't recognize the voice. Angela asked to speak to Jonathan. The woman said, "Is your mama's name Angela?" In the background, she heard her son say, "Yes, ma'am, my mama's name is Angela." Then, the call abruptly ended. Moments later, Angela pulled up to her home. Bewildered and concerned, Angela made her way inside the duplex. When she got inside, she found that the TV was on and a video game was open on the computer, but Jonathan was gone. There were no signs of a struggle or any kind of disturbance. Besides Jonathan, the only things missing were the clothes he was wearing and a stuffed animal of a cat that his grandmother had knit for him. Angela called the police. The police talked to the boy's estranged stepfather, David Davis. Angela and David gave conflicting information. Angela said that a babysitter had been looking after Jonathan, but David told them that the boy had been home alone. So the police labeled him a runaway and didn't start looking for him for a few days. Angela went through Christmas not knowing where her 12-year-old son was. 4 days after Jonathan went missing, a person driving on a frontage road a few miles from Jonathan's home saw something odd in the ditch. It looked like a body rolled up in a carpet. They called the police. Inside the carpet was a small body that had been burned beyond recognition. Using dental records, they identified the body as 12-year-old Jonathan Foster. His wrists and ankles had been bound with twine. The medical examiner could not say for sure how he died or if he was alive or dead when his body was burned. There were no burn marks in the ditch, so the police concluded that he had been killed and the body was burned elsewhere and then he was dumped there. The police's first suspect was David Davis. He was supposedly abusive to both Angela and Jonathan. He was interrogated for 12 hours. He admitted to hitting Angela, but he claimed he never harmed Jonathan. He also had an alibi for the time of the kidnapping. He was drinking at a bar. The police verified this because there was security footage of him at the bar. The police discovered that there was a security camera at a business near where the body was dumped. The police managed to get the footage. On the footage, they saw someone in a silver pickup truck pulling up to the area. They parked, got out of the truck, dumped the body in the ditch, and then drove away. The police interviewed neighbors of Jonathan, and they saw a silver truck at his home after David left, but before Angela got home. The police showed the footage to the neighbors and Jonathan's family. Several people recognized the person in the video. She was 44-year-old Mona Nelson. Nelson was the mother of twins and had 5 grandchildren. She was a former boxer. She had previously worked as a maintenance person at a building across the road from Jonathan's building. At the time of the murder, she was working as a welder. Nelson also had a criminal record. In 1984, 18-year-old Nelson participated in an armed robbery at a barbecue restaurant. According to the Houston Chronicle, she escaped in a hail of gunfire. She was arrested, and she claimed that a man had forced her to take part in the robbery. In 1985, she pleaded guilty in exchange for 10 years of probation. Then in 1991, she was caught smuggling 6 immigrants across the border. She charged them $600 each to smuggle them across the border. Her probation was revoked and she was sent to prison. She was sentenced to 6 months for the smuggling incident that was to run concurrently with her sentence for aggravated robbery. She was paroled again in October 1994. 3 years later, she served 30 days for theft by check. In 2002, she served another 30 days for marijuana possession. Then, in 2005, she was convicted of making terroristic threats and criminal mischief. She was given a year of probation and 2 months in jail. Mona Nelson was friends with Angela Davis's roommate, Sharon Amarato. Also, she and David Davis met a few weeks before the murder. Angela had only met Nelson once, the night that Jonathan went missing. She had come to their duplex. Nelson said that she visited the duplex that morning looking for Amaretto. Jonathan answered the door and he wasn't wearing a shirt. She said it seemed like someone was in the home with him. The police interviewed Nelson and they showed her the video of the person dumping the body. She admitted that it was her on the video, but said she didn't know she was dumping a body. Nelson claimed she had been drinking vodka all day. She said that one of Jonathan's family members dropped off a container or a trash can and offered her $20 to get rid of it. She drove around and randomly dumped it in a ditch. She claimed she never looked in the container. The police thought that this was an odd statement because the body wasn't found in a container, nor was there any container at the dump site. The police searched Mona Nelson's home. Nelson worked as a welder, so it wasn't surprising they found an oxyacetylene torch in her home. But they also found twine resembling the twine used to bind Jonathan's wrists and ankles. They also found some carpet that matched the carpet that was wrapped around Jonathan's remains. In a trash can, they found a Looney Tunes sweatshirt and some charred carpet pieces. On the sweatshirt, in several spots, they found blood and DNA belonging to Nelson. Angela and a neighbor both said that the shirt belonged to Jonathan. The police felt like they had enough evidence, so they arrested Nelson the day after the body was found. Mona Nelson went to trial in August 2013. She chose to go to trial by judge and not jury. Nelson's lawyer argued that there was no physical evidence that she killed the 12-year-old boy. Instead, he claimed it was Jonathan's stepfather, David Davis, who killed him, and he was the one who gave the body to Nelson to dump. The defense had a pathologist testify. He did not examine the body, but he did read the report and looked at the photographs. The medical examiner could not say for sure how he died and if he was alive or dead when his body was burned. He said he believed that Jonathan's body was burned after he was dead. He also said there was no way to tell what was used to burn him. A friend of Nelson's testified, and he said that he was drinking with Nelson from 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Therefore, she couldn't have kidnapped Jonathan because when his mother arrived home at 2 o'clock, Jonathan was gone. The lawyer also pointed out that there was absolutely no motive. Nelson was a mother and grandmother and loved children. There was no way she would kill a child and burn his body on Christmas Eve. The prosecution contended that the twine, the carpet pieces, Jonathan's sweatshirt, and access to the oxyacetylene torch were all evidence. Also, David Davis had an airtight alibi for the time of the murder. Plus, Nelson said that she dumped a container with the body and had no idea what was in the container, but the body was not found in a container. Although there was no cause of death, the prosecution contended that Jonathan had been burned alive with the oxyacetylene torch. Also, the one witness who said he was drinking with Nelson until 2:30 p.m. contradicts other witnesses who saw her vehicle outside Jonathan's home around the time he was kidnapped. The prosecution also had a theory on motive. Nelson had been drinking all day, and they said she could be a mean drunk. Nelson and Sharon Emerado had plans to hang out that day. Emerado told Nelson to go to her home and wait for her, but Jonathan had been given strict instructions not to let anyone in. This explains why Jonathan called Angela at work looking for Emerado's phone number, because he wanted to verify that Nelson was allowed into the home. But then Nelson became angry, and she either killed Jonathan then, took him back to her home and burned the body, or she kidnapped him and then took him home, where she killed him, possibly with the oxyacetylene torch. After a 2-week trial, the judge found Mona Nelson guilty. She was given an automatic life sentence. Some people believe that Nelson did not commit the murder alone, but if she did have an accomplice, she has never revealed their identity. 57-year-old Mona Nelson is currently incarcerated at the Dr. Lane Murray Unit in Gatesville, Texas. Number 1. The Dayton Christmas Killings. On Christmas Eve 1992, 18-year-old Danita Goulet was talking on a payphone outside the downtown core of Dayton, Ohio. She was a high school student and a mother of a 2-year-old. A short time later, she was found dead outside the phone booth. She had been shot 5 times. Her jacket, her Fila shoes, and her backpack had been stolen. In her backpack was 50 cents. On Christmas Day, the police were called to a neighborhood in Dayton, just over 2 miles from where Danita Goulet was killed. A car had crashed into a tree. When the police arrived, they found 19-year-old Richmond Maddox on the floor in the front seat. He was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. But to the doctors, it was clear the collision did not kill him. He had been shot once in the head. The police had no reason to believe that the 2 murders were connected. Goulet was shot with 25 caliber bullets, and Maddox had been shot with a 32 caliber bullet. The next morning, the police were called to a convenience store just a little over half a mile from where Goulet was shot to death. Working at the store that morning was 38-year-old mother of 1, Sarah Abraham. There were 2 customers in the store, 64-year-old Jones Pettis and 71-year-old Edward Thompson. Abraham had been shot in the mouth and the top of the head. Pettis had been shot in the stomach. Thompson avoided being shot because after the gunman fired at him, he pretended he had been shot. Both Abraham and Pettis were rushed to the hospital. The police talked to Thompson, and he described what happened that morning. He said a teenage girl had been in the store and wanted to buy a pack of gum. Thompson said that the young woman was 5 cents short and asked if he could spare a nickel. Then 2 young men came into the store. One of them had a gun and demanded all the money from the register. Since it was just the morning, there was only $44. The men took it, and then they started shooting. The police noted that 25 caliber bullets had been fired. Thompson said that the 2 men and the young woman who asked for the nickel all left the store together and got into a blue Pontiac Grand Am. A short time later, a woman reported that 4 young people had stolen her black Dodge Shadow. They had pulled guns on her, but she ran before they could fire at her. Over the police radio, officers were told to be on the lookout for a black Dodge Shadow with 4 people in it who were to be considered armed and dangerous. A few hours later, an officer spotted a black Dodge Shadow and ran the plates. The plates belonged to a blue Grand Am. The officer called for backup. When another vehicle arrived, one of the young men ran from the car. The car pulled over, and the man and the 2 women were arrested without incident. In the stolen car, they found 25 caliber and 32 caliber handguns under the seat. The people in the car were identified as 19-year-old Marvelous Keene, 16-year-old Laura Taylor, and 20-year-old Heather Matthews. Keene was wearing Dania's jacket, and Taylor was wearing her sneakers. The police tracked down the man who fled to a home in Dayton. he was 17-year-old DeMarcus Smith. He was hiding out in a friend's home. His friend's mother told the police that her son had got in trouble while driving a car that Keene had given him. The police had given him tickets, so she showed the police the tickets. The car was a blue Pontiac Grand Am that belonged to 34-year-old Joseph Wilkerson. The police went to Wilkerson's house, and no one answered the door. There were no signs of a break-in or forced entry, but the front door was unlocked, so the police went inside. The house had been trashed. In one of the bedrooms was the dead body of 34-year-old Joseph Wilkerson. He had been shot once in the chest and the head. It was clear he had been dead for days. At the police station, Marvelous Keene, DeMarcus Smith, and Heather Matthews confessed. The youngest of the group, 16-year-old Laura Taylor, refused to talk. All four were members of a gang called the Downtown Posse. Keene was considered the leader of the group. Often, they hung out at the apartment of 28-year-old Jeffrey Wright. Heather Matthews lived in the apartment after she was released from prison in October. Matthews had been sentenced to a year for receiving stolen property. She served about 7 months of her sentence. At one point, she had dated Jeffrey Wright. DeMarcus Smith had been released from a youth institution in November. He had been convicted of car theft. In December, he was dating Heather Matthews. Laura Taylor was also living in the apartment. She was a runaway. She was dating Marvelous Keene. The group usually panhandled during the day and partied at night. On Christmas Eve 1992, Keene and Taylor were out of money. Taylor came up with an idea. She knew a guy with money and he'd pay for sexual favors. So she thought they could rob him. His name was Joseph Wilkerson. They asked Heather Matthews to join them. They told Wilkerson that the three of them were going to come over and have group sex. 34-year-old Wilkerson let them into the house. Keene pulled out a gun and got the two young women to tie Wilkerson to the bed. Keene shot him in the chest, but this didn't kill him. He then handed the gun to Taylor. 16-year-old Taylor shot him in the head. They ransacked his house and stole several items. They also stole his Grand Am. A few hours later, Keene, Taylor, and DeMarcus Smith were cruising around, and they came across 18-year-old Danita Goulet. Taylor said she wanted Goulet's shoes. So Smith and Keene pulled out their guns and made Goulet take off her backpack, shoes, and jacket. Then the two men shot her. Afterward, they went to Jeffrey Wright's apartment and bragged about murdering the young mother of one. Later that night, Wright came home. He grabbed his ex-girlfriend, Heather Matthews, by the hair and started dragging her across the room. DeMarcus Smith, Matthews' current boyfriend, became angry. The two men started fighting. Smith pulled out a gun and Wright fled. As he was running across a field, Smith shot at him. Wright was hit in the leg and he went down. Smith walked up to him and unloaded the rest of the clip. Thinking he had killed the 28-year-old man, Smith then walked away. He had fired 14 shots and Wright was hit 4 times in the leg. Wright had played dead, and then, after Smith left, he got up and made it to a neighbor's house. He was taken to a hospital and released the next day. It doesn't appear that he told the police who shot him. The next day, which was Christmas, Laura Taylor hatched a plan to rob her ex-boyfriend, 19-year-old Richmond Maddox. Taylor went to Maddox's home and told him she would go to a hotel room with him. They got into Maddox's car and started driving. Keene, Smith, and Matthews followed behind in Wilkerson's car. Maddox became suspicious and tried to lose the other car. So Taylor pulled out a gun and shot him in the temple. She then jumped out of the moving car and was uninjured. Maddox's car collided with a tree. After the other three picked up Taylor, the 16-year-old girl bragged about shooting her ex-boyfriend in the head. That night, they went to Wilkerson's house and partied. Wilkerson's dead body was still in the bedroom. The gang's problem was that they still didn't have much money, so they hatched a plan to rob a store. Taylor suggested the convenience store where Sarah Abraham worked. Taylor said she would go in and scope out the store. If she didn't come out, it was their sign that it was a good time to rob it. Heather Matthews drove Keene, Smith, and Taylor to the store. Taylor went in and acted like she was buying gum. Then, Keene and Smith walked in with their guns. After collecting the money from the register, they opened fire. Then, later that day, they were arrested. At the time, the police believed that they had murdered 3 people and injured 3 people. But then, the day after the 4 were arrested, the police received another shock. They got a tip that they should check out a gravel pit. Officers went to the pit and they discovered 2 more bodies. They were 16-year-old Wendy Cottrell and 18-year-old Marvin Washington. Both were members of the downtown posse. Months earlier, Washington had been released from a youth institute. In 1989, when he was 15, he and a friend, 31-year-old Davil Chin, kidnapped 21-year-old Brian Jones. They wanted to steal his car, so, at gunpoint, they forced Jones to drive to a rural area. Then Chin shot Jones. Washington spent about 3 years in the youth facility. It turned out that after the robbery at the store, Keene, Taylor, Smith, and Matthews decided to start killing whom they had bragged to about committing the murders. The first were Cottrell and Washington, who they thought had snitched. They picked them up on the pretense that they were going to take them to a party. When they got to the gravel pit, they ordered Cottrell and Washington out of the car. Then they led them behind a mound of gravel. Then Keene shot Cottrell and Smith executed Washington. Washington had been shot 11 times, 5 times in the side, twice in the back, 3 in the back of the head, and once in the face. On December 31st, 5 days after 38-year-old Sarah Abraham was shot, she died in the hospital, bringing the quartet's body count to 6. Keene, Taylor, Smith, and Matthews' crime spree, which started on Christmas Eve, lasted about 60 hours. Heather Matthews, who never physically killed anyone, was scheduled to go to trial in August 1993. She was looking at the death penalty. But a week before her trial, she pleaded guilty, and she was sentenced to life with a chance of parole after 52 years. That means she won't be able to apply for parole until 2045, when she'll be 73. The ringleader, Marvelous Keene, went to trial in October 1993. The trial lasted 7 days. He was tried by a panel of 3 judges. He was found guilty on 20 counts, including 6 counts of aggravated murder. In December 1993, he was sentenced to death. Laura Taylor, who was the youngest member of the gang and arguably one of the main driving forces in the murder spree, went on trial in January 1994. Her trial lasted 12 days. The jury deliberated for 5.5 hours. She was found guilty of 3 counts of aggravated murder, amongst other charges. She was sentenced to 145 years to life. She would be able to apply for parole when she was in her mid-70s. Finally, in February 1994, DeMarcus Smith pleaded guilty to 11 charges, including 4 counts of aggravated murder. He was sentenced to 4 life terms, plus an additional 106 to 255 years. At the time of this recording, 51-year-old Heather Matthews and 47-year-old Laura Taylor are incarcerated at the Ohio Reformatory for Women in Marysville, Ohio. 48-year-old DeMarcus Smith is currently serving his sentence at the North Central Correctional Institution in Marion, Ohio. In 2021, a bill was introduced in Ohio that allowed people who were minors when they committed their crimes and were sentenced to life to apply for parole earlier. This will allow Taylor, who was 16 at the time of the murder spree, and Smith, who was 17, to apply for parole in the next few years. Taylor can apply for parole in October 2026 when she'll be 50. Smith will be able to apply for parole in November 2025. He'll also be 50 when he can apply for parole. Marlos Keene spent 16 and a half years on death row. He was executed on June 21, 2009 via lethal injection. He was 36 years old. He was person 1,000 to be executed via lethal injection in the United States since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. Number 3. The McClures. On Christmas morning 1956, Louis Head, the minister at Coral Gables Methodist Church in Coral Gables, Florida, received a disturbing phone call. It was one of his parishioners, 52-year-old Leslie McClure. Leslie lived in Miami with his wife, 41-year-old Ruth McClure, who was pregnant, and their 2 children, 22-month-old Anna and 7-month-old Leslie II. The family ran a boarding house for children in their apartment. McClure told Head that he had murdered his family, and after he hung up, he was going to shoot himself. He asked Head to call the police for him. Head called the police, and officers rushed the apartment. Outside the building, in a sandbox, they saw a small pink Christmas tree with ornaments that had been dumped there. They broke into the family's apartment and found Leslie sitting in the kitchen taking headache medication. He told the police, "I guess I spoke to the minister too long. I didn't get a chance to kill myself." The police looked in one of the bedrooms and found 3 dead bodies. 22-month-old Anna was on a cot on one side of the room. On the other side of the room was a playpen which had the body of 7-month-old Leslie II in it. On the floor between the 2 children was the dead body of 41-year-old Ruth. They had all been shot twice with a .22 caliber pistol. He then gave the police a note that reads, "The Lord gives and He takes away. We talked things over and weighed the net results. Since we find no other means of staying together, the decision was this. Please give my father the murder weapon with my thanks. The gun is registered in Miami." He then signed his name. Leslie confessed to the murders. He said he shot his son first, then his daughter, and finally his wife. He said that he prayed before killing his wife. Leslie had an odd story as to what led up to the murders. He said he had been diagnosed with cancer. After he became sick, they turned their apartment into a boarding house for children. They had 4 kids living with them, but they were all away for Christmas. He explained that the family was $800 in debt and they had no way to pay it. Accounting for inflation, that is about $9,000 in 2023. He also said that they were going to be evicted from their apartment in 2 weeks for non-payment of rent. He and Ruth talked about it and decided it would be best for all of them to die. He told the police that not killing himself was the first time he let his wife down. After he shot his family, he called his father, who lived in Swissvale, Pennsylvania. He then called the minister at his church, who called the police. Leslie McClure was arrested for the murder of his family. After the murders, family members of the couple said that they received letters Ruth wrote before she died that indicated that she and Leslie had made a suicide pact. Leslie was ordered to undergo a psychiatric examination to see if he was mentally fit to stand trial. It was determined that he was sane, so he was scheduled to go to trial in July 1957. The day before the trial, Leslie was interviewed by a reporter. He claimed that he didn't remember killing his family or confessing. He said that on that Christmas morning he was on a sedative, bromine-potassium. He said that there was a blank spot in his mind for the time of the murders. However, he didn't regret killing his family and said he would do it again. He said that after he got sick, he couldn't find work and support his family. He believed that his children would have been taken from them and placed in a foster home. He thought it was better for them to be with Jesus. In another interview, Leslie said he wanted to be executed so he could be with his family. Leslie McClure's trial started on July 22, 1957. The prosecution honored his request by asking for the death penalty if he were to be found guilty. Leslie pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution said that Leslie and Ruth had entered into a suicide pact, but Leslie didn't have the courage to follow through with his part. The trial lasted 4 days, then the jury deliberated for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Leslie McClure was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. He was spared the death penalty. Instead, he was given 3 life sentences that were to run concurrently. This would make him eligible for parole in just 7 years. So he had been eligible for parole in 1964 when he was 59. He was sent to the Florida State Prison in Rayford, Florida to serve his sentence. He appealed his conviction in 1958, but his appeal was denied. After that, it's not known what happened to Leslie McClure. Number 2, the Oilers. In the winter of 1954, the Oiler family lived in Pasadena, California. 39-year-old Harold and his 39-year-old wife, Betty, had 3 children, 12-year-old Randolph, 9-year-old Janet, and 7-year-old Martha. Martha had a physical disability. Harold owned a rug business with his father, and Betty was a Sunday school teacher. Many people thought that Harold was odd. He had recently sent letters to friends and family stating that he was selecting 100 Christian friends to form a non-sectarian study movement. He also had a criminal record. In 1938, he was convicted of indecent exposure, and in 1953, he was convicted on peeping Tom charges. He didn't serve any jail time for his convictions. On December 18, 1954, the family hosted a Christmas party. The family, along with friends and family, gathered around the piano and organ in the living room and sang Christmas carols while Betty played the instruments. Then they went out and sang to neighbors. Afterward, the family returned home, which was decorated for Christmas. That night, a neighbor girl, 7-year-old Bronwyn Rayburn, was sleeping over. She went to bed in Martha's room with Martha and Janet. The next morning, Bronwyn awoke on the side porch. She tried to enter the house, but found it locked. There was a note on the door, but she couldn't read it. So she went outside and started playing in the sandbox. Her father, Robert Rayburn, who was president of a Bible college, came over and found her in the sandbox. He went to the porch and found the note. It read, "Bronwyn, go home. Do not go in the house. Tell your daddy to call the police." Robert was shocked by the note. He followed the instructions and called the police. The first officer to arrive at the family's home found a disturbing scene. It looked like a peaceful home at Christmas time, with decorations and presents piled under the tree. But in the bedrooms, the officer found nightmarish gore. 39-year-old Betty was in the master bedroom, 12-year-old Randolph was in his room, and 9-year-old Janet and 7-year-old Martha were in Martha's room. Blankets were over their heads. The officer removed the blankets and discovered that they had all been hacked in the face and head with a hatchet. The officer smelled gas fumes. It was coming from the bathroom. The bathroom door was missing its doorknobs. The officer broke the door down, and inside was 39-year-old Harold, who was unconscious. Beside him was a bloody Boy Scout hatchet. There was also photos of the family taped to the walls. The room was full of gas and made the officer feel faint. The paramedics had to wait for the room to air out a little bit before going inside. Harold was taken to the hospital. He made a full recovery. In the house, the police found several notes written by Harold, in which he said he was having serious financial problems. He wrote, "Only God understands. Only God can forgive." He also wrote, "Sell out everything to pay debts." Harold was interviewed by the police. He told them he bought the Boy Scout hatchet he used to kill his family about a year earlier. Ever since he bought it, he had thought about killing his family. That night, he picked up Bronwyn and carried her to the porch. He also let the family's dog into the backyard. He then hacked his family to death. He went into the bathroom and removed the doorknob. He dismantled the heater so it would spew gas into the bathroom. There was a chain around the toilet with a padlock, and it appeared that Harold planned to chain himself to the toilet, but didn't. Also, he stopped the gas by putting a pencil into the gas jet. In the notes found in the house, Harold gave the reason of financial difficulties for the massacre. At the time, Harold's drug business was failing. He told a psychiatrist that he was angry that his wife was spending beyond their means. He had thought about killing himself, but he did not think his family could live without his support. He also thought they would be embarrassed if his criminal record was made public. On February 3, 1955, nearly a month and a half after murdering his wife and 3 young children with a hatchet, 39-year-old Harold Euler pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder. On February 14, 1955, he was sentenced to death. He was sent to death row at San Quentin Prison. On March 14, 1955, 10 days after his 40th birthday, and nearly 3 months after he slaughtered his family, Harold Euler was found dead in his cell. He had hanged himself with 3 towels. Number 1. The Wool-Lavers. Middletown in Dauphin County, Pennsylvania, has a population of less than 10,000 people. In December 2002, 43-year-old Jean Wool-Laver lived in the town with her 2 daughters, 20-year-old Victoria and 15-year-old Elizabeth, and her 9-month-old granddaughter, Madison. Madison was Victoria's daughter. Victoria and the father of the baby, Francisco Ramos, were separated. Jean and the father of her daughters, Ernest Wool-Laver, had split up that summer after 20 years of marriage. The Wool-Laver family had a Christmas tradition. They would have dinner at Jean's parents' home in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, which is about 145 miles from Middletown. They would spend the night there and then open presents on Christmas morning. On Christmas Eve 2002, Jean and her daughters didn't show up for dinner. Her mother was obviously very concerned and called the police to see if there had been any accidents on their route. The next morning, she still had not heard from her daughter or grandchildren, so she asked the police to do a welfare check. The police went to the house and found a broken window pane on the door to the garage. They got inside the house and they found the dead bodies of 43-year-old Jean, 20-year-old Victoria, and 15-year-old Elizabeth. They all had been shot once in the head with a .22 caliber gun. 9-month-old Madison was alive and she was clinging to her mother's dead body. The police believe that the 3 women were killed sometime on the night of December 23rd or the morning of December 24th. So Madison had been alone and unattended to for at least 24 hours. The police had 2 main suspects, Victoria's ex-boyfriend, Francisco Ramos, and Ernest Wool-Laver, the father of Victoria and Elizabeth, and Jean's estranged husband. Victoria and Ramos had a volatile relationship. While living together, the police had been called to their home several times. Ramos had also doubted that he was Madison's father. The police questioned him, and he said he had an alibi for the time of the murders, so he was cleared as a suspect. 43-year-old Ernest and his wife had been separated since the summer. There was an incredibly dark reason why the couple split up. Victoria and Elizabeth had accused him of sexually abusing them for years. In July 2002, he had been arrested on charges of sexual abuse. Ernest was released on a $100,000 bail. He was ordered to stay away from his family and their home. He moved in with his parents and 28-year-old brother, Scott Wool-Laver, in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, which is over 150 miles from Middletown. At the time of the murders, the trial for the sexual abuse was just a month away. Also, Jean and Ernest had been going through the divorce process, and the police learned that things weren't going well for Ernest, and he wasn't happy about it. The police thought that Ernest had the best motive for the murders. The only evidence against him regarding the sexual abuse charges were going to be Victoria and Elizabeth's testimony. If they could not testify, there would be no case against him. Also, killing his wife would get rid of the problems associated with the divorce. He'd also inherit the estate and collect money from Jean's life insurance policy. The police questioned Ernest's family. His uncle said that on the night of the murders, Ernest and his brother Scott were not home. The police questioned Scott, and he told them that night they were looking for deer and coyotes in Cambria County. However, after further interrogation, Scott had a new story for the detectives. He said that Ernest was bitter over the divorce and they had wanted to shoot Jean. On the night of December 23rd, they were drinking at a bar in Cambria County. Then Ernest asked him to drive him to his family's home because he wanted to get his dog. They arrived in Middletown around 4 a.m. on Christmas Eve. Scott said he parked his truck about a block from the family's home. Ernest left while wearing 2 pairs of gloves, dark clothes, and a hunting mask. He returned about 10 minutes later, and his mood was noticeably different. He seemed agitated, and he was nervous. He told his brother to drive, and as they drove away, he changed his clothes. Ernest made him stop near a wooded area in Clearfield County. Ernest got out of the vehicle with a pistol, a shotgun, and the clothes he had changed out of. When he returned to the vehicle, he no longer had the items. Scott took the police to the wooded area where Ernest dumped the guns and the clothing. The police found a shotgun, some burned clothing, and a .22 caliber pistol. The pistol was tested for ballistics. An expert said it could have been the murder weapon, but couldn't say for sure because the gun had degraded due to the elements. The police found surveillance footage from a convenience store between Cambria County and Middletown. It recorded the men in their vehicle. On January 2, 2003, Ernest's bail was revoked because the police thought he might be a flight risk. The next day, his brother was arrested and charged with being an accomplice in the murders. On January 15, 2003, Ernest was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. In jail, Ernest talked to a fellow inmate and gave him a bizarre story. He said that he did go to the home of his wife and daughters on the night of the murders. He was looking in the windows and he saw his wife on the kitchen floor, so he broke into the house. He found her bleeding to death. He didn't help her, he just kissed her hand. He then went upstairs and found the dead bodies of his daughters. He also found a .22 caliber gun on the floor. He picked up the gun and took it with him. He disposed of the gun and burned his clothes because he didn't want to be falsely accused of their murders. He also knew who committed the murders. It was Francisco Ramos, Victoria's ex-boyfriend and Madison's father. Ernest said that he wanted to get justice and thought the only way he could do it was to hire a hitman to kill Ramos. He wanted to make it look like a suicide and then have a suicide note where he confessed the murders. The inmate told the police what Ernest had told him. They told the inmate to tell Ernest that he would connect him with a hitman but would really be an undercover agent with the DEA. The inmate did that and connected him with an undercover agent. Ernest repeated his story and his request to the agent, who recorded the conversations about the hit job. Ernest was then charged with solicitation of murder. In August 2004, Ernest Woolaver went to trial for the murders of his estranged wife and his daughters, solicitation of murder, endangering Madison's life, and 10 charges of sexually assaulting his daughters. The star witness was Scott Woolaver, who made a plea deal. He would plead guilty to 3 counts of third-degree murder for a sentence of 12.5 years to 25 years in prison in exchange for his testimony. The only evidence for the charges of sexually abusing his daughters were their testimonies from the preliminary trial, which were read aloud in court. The defense said Ernest did not molest his daughters, therefore he had no motive to kill his family. He wanted to hire a hitman because he was a bereaved father and husband who wanted revenge. The trial lasted a week, and then the jury deliberated for 2 hours. The jury found Ernest Woolaver guilty of all charges related to the murders, but acquitted him of all sexual assault charges. The next day, the jury sentenced him to death. 49-year-old Scott Woolaver was released on parole in 2015 after serving 13 years. Ernest Woolaver was scheduled to be executed on March 1, 2011, but he was given a stay of execution. In 2015, executions in Pennsylvania were halted. At the time of this video, Pennsylvania lawmakers are trying to abolish the death penalty, so it seems unlikely that Ernest will be executed. 63-year-old Ernest Woolaver is incarcerated at the State Correctional Institution Phoenix in Collegeville, Pennsylvania.